Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. Okay, so I've never really believed in ghosts or anything like that. Always thought it was just people's imaginations running wild, or maybe they watched too many scary movies. But what happened to me and my wife in that house we rented back in 2019, well, it changed everything. I still get chills thinking about it, and I'm not someone who spooks easily. I'm just a regular guy, worked in IT, my wife was a teacher, and we were looking for a cheap place to settle down for a year or two while we saved up for something better. This house was perfect, big, old, but in good shape, and the rent was way lower than anything else in the area. The landlord seemed nice enough, an older guy who kept to himself, and he didn't ask too many questions. We signed the lease and moved in on a Saturday, and for the first couple of weeks, everything was fine. Normal, boring even. But then, one Tuesday in October, things started to get weird. I remember it was a Tuesday because I'd just come home from work around 6 in the evening, and my wife had already been home for an hour or so. The days were getting shorter, so it was already dark outside, and the house felt different. Not in a way I could put my finger on at first, just a feeling like someone was watching me. But every time I turned around, there was nothing there. I shrugged it off, thinking it was just fatigue or stress from work. We ate dinner, watched some TV, and around 9 o'clock, we decided to call it a night. Our bedroom was at the end of a long hallway on the second floor. The hallway was narrow, with old wooden floors that creaked no matter how lightly you stepped, and there were a couple of doors leading to other rooms, a spare bedroom and a bathroom. That night, as we were getting ready for bed, I kept feeling this cold spot right in the middle of the hallway. It was weird because the house had central heating and every other part felt warm, but that one spot was like walking into a fridge. I mentioned it to my wife, and she said she'd felt it too earlier in the day, but didn't want to say anything because she thought she was being silly. We went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing little noises, soft footsteps, like a child running lightly down the hall, but every time I sat up to listen, they'd stop. At first I thought it was the house settling, or maybe mice, but it was too rhythmic, too deliberate. Around midnight, I got up to use the bathroom. I didn't turn on the hall light because I didn't want to wake my wife, so I used the light from my phone to see. As I was walking back to the bedroom, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Down at the other end of the hallway, near the spare room, there was a faint glow. I froze, thinking it was a reflection or something, but then it moved. It was a little girl. She was translucent, like looking through foggy glass, and she had blonde hair that hung loose around her shoulders. She was wearing what looked like old-fashioned night clothes, a white nightgown that went down to her ankles. She was just standing there, facing away from me, and then she started walking slowly down the hall toward me. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. She didn't make a sound. No footsteps, nothing. Just this silent, glowing figure moving through the darkness. She got about halfway down the hall before she just faded away, like someone turned down a dimmer switch until there was nothing left. I stood there for what felt like forever, my hands shaking, sweat dripping down my back. I finally stumbled back into the bedroom and woke up my wife. I must have looked terrified because she sat up right away and asked what was wrong. I told her what I saw, and her face went pale. She said she'd seen the same thing the day before, but didn't tell me because she thought I'd laugh at her. She described the exact same girl, blonde hair, nightgown, walking down the hall. That's when I knew it wasn't just in my head. We didn't sleep much that night. We stayed up talking, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was a trick of the light, or we were both tired. But deep down, we both knew it was real. The next morning, we went about our day like normal, but the house felt heavier, like the air was thick with something unseen. I went to work, but I couldn't focus. All I could think about was that little girl. When I got home, my wife was already there, and she looked shaken. She said she'd felt the presence again, stronger this time, and she'd heard whispering in the spare room. That evening, after dinner, we decided to investigate. We went into the spare room together. It was mostly empty, just a few boxes we hadn't unpacked yet, and an old rocking chair in the corner. The room was ice cold, even though the rest of the house was warm. My wife started praying under her breath. She's religious, always has been, while I'm more of a skeptic. She was saying the Lord's Prayer, and as she did, the temperature in the room seemed to drop even more. I felt this overwhelming sense of sadness, like something was crying without making a sound. Then, we both saw her again, the little girl. This time she was in the corner of the room, just standing there looking at us. Her eyes were empty like holes, and she had this lost expression on her face. My wife kept praying, louder now, and I joined in, even though I didn't really know the words. I just repeated what she was saying. As we prayed, the girl started to fade, but slowly, like she was resisting. Then she took a step forward, and for a second I thought she was going to touch us, but she just stopped and looked right at my wife. There was this moment of connection, like she was acknowledging us. And then she vanished. Not like before, where she just disappeared. But this time, it felt final. The cold spot was gone, the heaviness lifted, and the room felt normal again. We were both crying by that point, holding each other. We didn't know what to do, so we called the landlord. He came over right away, and when we told him what happened, he broke down. He said his daughter had died in that house years ago, when she was just 6 years old. She'd had a fever, and back then, medical care wasn't what it is now, and she passed away in that spare room. He never told anyone because he was ashamed, and he'd been renting the house out ever since, hoping no one would notice. He said he'd felt her presence sometimes, but never saw her like we did. He believed we helped her move on, that our prayers gave her peace. I've never been a spiritual person, but after that day, I can't deny what happened. It changed me. I still get nightmares sometimes, and I avoid old houses if I can, but part of me is glad we were there, that we could help her. I just wish I knew how it all works, why some things linger and others don't. To this day, I can't explain it, and I don't think I ever will. Story 2. It all started because of this mask. My friend G, she gave it to me after a Halloween event at her church, of all places. It was this porcelain thing, really old-looking, with this fixed kind of sad smile and hollow eyes. It wasn't screaming scary, just deeply unsettling, like it was watching you. I'd put it up on the high shelf in my bedroom, the one above my desk where I keep my old trophies and some books. I didn't want to look at it, but I didn't want to throw out a gift, you know? For a couple of weeks before this particular Tuesday, little things had been happening. I'd come home and a book would be on the floor, even though I was sure I left it on the desk. The room would get cold, a deep chill that seemed to come from nowhere, even with the heat on, and I'd get this tingling on the back of my neck, like a static electricity feeling, right before something would happen. I'd convince myself it was the house settling or the drafty window or my imagination. I was good at lying to myself. The Tuesday started normal. Woke up, went to school, bombed the math test because my head was somewhere else. I got home around 3:30, dumped my backpack on the floor, and just collapsed on my bed. I remember staring at the ceiling, feeling tired and gross, and then my phone buzzed. It was G wanting to FaceTime. I answered, and we started talking about stupid stuff, the test, some drama at school. I was lying on my stomach, propped up on my elbows, and my phone was leaning against my lamp on the nightstand. We were maybe 10 minutes into the call when I got that tingling feeling again, a sharp pins and needles sensation crawling up my spine. I tried to ignore it, kept laughing at something G said, but then I saw her face on the screen change. Her smile just vanished, and her eyes got wide, fixed on something behind me. "What is it?" I asked, my own smile fading. She didn't answer right away. She just stared, her mouth slightly open. "Your mask," she finally whispered. I turned around to look at the shelf. The mask was gone. My heart did this stupid little jump. I started scanning the room, thinking it must have fallen. "It's not there," I said, my voice a bit tighter than I meant it to be. It's on your bed," G said, her voice trembling. I looked down, and there it was. The porcelain mask was sitting right in the middle of my comforter, in my lap, basically. It was facing me, with those empty eyes and that faint, creepy smile. It hadn't fallen. The shelf is high, and if it had fallen, it would have shattered on the hardwood floor. It would have made a huge noise. I would have heard it. But it was just there, perfectly intact, sitting neatly, like someone had placed it there. A cold dread just washed over me. This wasn't a draft. This wasn't the house settling. This thing had moved, it had flown, or been placed right into my lap while I was lying there. G and I just stared at each other through the screen for a long time, not saying anything. I could see the pure fear in her eyes, and I knew she could see it in mine. I didn't want to touch it. I finally used the corner of my history textbook to push it off the bed and onto the floor. It landed face up, still staring at the ceiling. We ended the call pretty quickly after that. Neither of us knew what to say. I sat on my bed for a long time, just staring at the mask on the floor. The room felt heavier, the air thick and cold. I could hear my mom moving around in the kitchen downstairs, the normal sounds of the house. But in my room it felt like a different world, a wrong world. I must have sat there for an hour, just frozen. The sun started to go down, and my room got darker. I didn't get up to turn on the light. I was too scared to move. I just watched the mask, half expecting it to move again. It didn't. It just lay there, a pale white spot on the dark floor. Eventually I must have dozed off, because the next thing I knew, it was fully dark outside and my room was pitch black. I was still in my clothes from school, lying on top of the covers, and my bed was tilting. It started slow, a gentle lift on one side, like when you shift your weight. I thought I was dreaming, but then it got more violent. The whole bed jerked, the headboard slamming against the wall with a loud thud. I was thrown against the wall, my shoulder hitting it hard. I gasped, fully awake now, my heart hammering in my chest. The bed was seesawing, the legs on the left side lifting off the floor and then crashing down, then the right side doing the same. It was like some invisible giant was trying to flip me out of it. I was clutching the sheets, my knuckles white, too terrified to scream. The noise was awful, the groaning of the bed frame, the thud, thud, thud of the legs hitting the floor. I could feel the vibrations through the mattress, and then, over all that noise, I heard something else. Voices. They were coming from my closet. Not clear, not like someone was in there talking. It was a low, murmuring whisper, like a radio tuned between stations, but with human sounds in it. I couldn't make out words at first, just the cadence of speech, a soft, sibilant hiss. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying for it to stop, praying I was having a nightmare. The bed gave one final massive lurch and then was still. The sudden silence was almost worse. My ears were ringing. I was panting, my whole body trembling, and the whispering from the closet continued. It was a little clearer now. It sounded like two people having a conversation I wasn't meant to hear. I still couldn't understand the words, but the tone was urgent. And then one of the voices separated itself from the murmur. It was a man's voice, I think. It said one word, clear as day, right next to my ear, even though I was alone in the room. It said, "Mine." I screamed. I finally found my voice and I screamed for my mom, I scrambled off the bed, falling to the floor in my panic, scrambling on my hands and knees, away from the closet, away from the mask. I didn't care about looking tough or cool. I was 14, and I was utterly terrified. My mom came running in, flipping the light switch. The sudden brightness was blinding. She found me on the floor, a sobbing, shaking mess. The bed was perfectly normal. The mask was still on the floor where I'd pushed it. She asked me what was wrong, and I tried to tell her, but it all came out in a jumble. The mask moving, the bed, the voices. She thought I'd had a bad dream, a night terror. She made me some tea and sat with me until I calmed down a little. She picked up the mask and put it back on the shelf, telling me it was just a dream, that I was safe. But I wasn't. I knew I wasn't. Later that night, maybe around 10, I was talking to my friend Jay on FaceTime. My mum was in the next room watching TV, so I felt a tiny bit safer, but I was still on edge, jumping at every little sound. I was telling Jay what had happened, my voice low. He was listening, skeptical but freaked out for me. I had my phone propped up again, and I was sitting cross-legged on my bed facing the door. My closet door was slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness behind it. As I was talking, I saw Jay's expression go rigid. His eyes locked on something behind me, on my screen. "Dude," he said, his voice tight, "don't move." "What?" I whispered, my blood running cold again. There's someone in your closet." My whole body went numb. I didn't dare turn around. "What do you mean?" "The door is open a little. There's a figure. It's tall and really dark, like blacker than the shadows. It's just standing there. I think it's peeking out." I could feel the air in the room drop 10 degrees. I could see the fear on Jay's face, and it was real. This wasn't a joke. And, "Oh, crap," he breathed, his eyes widening even more. "There's a light, a little ball of light, like a tiny white orb just floated out from behind your desk, and it's hovering near your bed." I couldn't take it anymore. I so slowly turned my head to look over my shoulder towards the closet. The door was open, just a crack, just like he said, and in that crack, I saw it, a slice of profound blackness that had a shape to it. It was tall and thin, and it was moving just slightly, like it was swaying. And then I saw the orb. It was about the size of a marble, a perfect little sphere of cool white light. It drifted silently through the air from behind my desk across the room, and then it just vanished right near my pillow. I whipped my head back to the phone. "Did you see that?" I hissed. Jay just nodded, his face pale. "It disappeared. The figure's gone too. The closet door is shut." It wasn't. I looked back. The closet door was still open a crack, but the dense black shape was gone. We ended the call after that. I didn't sleep in my room that night. I slept on the couch downstairs with all the lights on. The next day, my mum was finally starting to believe me, especially after I told her what Jay saw. She's into that kind of stuff, so she went and got a spirit box from a friend. You know, those things that scan through radio frequencies really fast, and sometimes voices come through. She thought it might give us some answers. We did it in the living room that evening. I didn't want to be anywhere near my bedroom. The static was loud and chaotic, a mess of white noise and chopped up bits of songs and talk radio. We asked questions into the silence. "Is there anyone here?" For a long time, it was just noise. Then a clear male voice cut through the static. It sounded old, raspy. It said a name, Edward. My mom and I looked at each other. She asked, "Edward, is that you?" The static hissed, and then the voice came again, stronger this time. "Yes." "Why are you here?" my mom asked, her voice shaky. The box screeched, and then, in that same rasp, it said two things that made my blood freeze. First, it said my name, not my full name, but the nickname only my friends use. And then it said, the closet. That was it for my mom. She snatched the spirit box and turned it off. "That's enough," she said, her face stern. "We're getting rid of that mask, now." We drove to a dumpster on the other side of town. I didn't even want to touch it. She wrapped it in a black trash bag and she threw it in herself. We watched it disappear under a bunch of other garbage. On the drive home, Neither of us spoke. The car felt lighter somehow. The oppressive feeling was gone. And it stayed gone. The weird noises stopped. The cold spots vanished. My room felt like my room again. For a while I thought it was over. I really did. But it's not. Not completely. It's the little things now. The things that are almost easy to dismiss. When I'm lying in bed in the dark, just before I fall asleep, I'll feel the bed shift. Just a tiny bit, like someone just sat down on the edge of it. And sometimes, when I walk past a mirror in a dark hallway, I don't see just my reflection for a split second. I see someone else standing behind me, a tall, dark shape, just standing there. It's gone when I turn around, of course. It's always gone when I turn around. The mask is gone. Edward, or whatever it was, is supposedly gone. But sometimes I get that old tingling on my neck. And I know. I just know that something stayed behind. Something that learned my name. And I don't think it's ever really going to leave. Oh. Story 3. I grew up in the late 70s, and Clara was our housekeeper. But she was so much more than that. She'd been with us since before I was born, and she was like a second mom to me and my sister. Always wore this faded blue apron, the kind with big pockets, and she'd hum these soft, tuneless songs while she worked. She left peppermints under our pillows when we were sick, pressed flowers between the pages of our books, and she'd always find coins in the laundry and polish them up until they shone. Little things, you know, but they meant the world. When I was 14, my parents split up, and it was messy. Mom was a wreck, crying all the time, and Clara would sit with her for hours, just holding her hand. She told Mom about her own husband leaving years ago, how she knew what it felt like. Clara never had kids of her own, so we were her girls, she'd say. Then in 1981, my sister found her asleep in her favorite chair in the living room, only she wasn't asleep. She'd had a stroke and passed away. We weren't allowed to see her at the hospital because we weren't family, but God, she was family to us. It broke my heart. After she died, weird things started happening. I'd hear soft footsteps upstairs when no one was there, or this faint humming, just like Clara used to do. It was comforting at first, like she was still watching over us, but over time it got eerie. I'd be alone in the house and feel a cold spot or catch a whiff of peppermint out of nowhere. I never saw anything, though. Not until that one day years later. I'd gone through a divorce myself and moved back in with my mom. The house felt different without Clara, emptier, but it was still home. This particular day, it was a chilly evening in late fall, and my boyfriend at the time, Mark, was over. We were sitting by the fireplace in the living room, just talking about nothing important. The fire was crackling and the room was warm, but there was this underlying chill I couldn't shake. I remember feeling on edge for no reason, like something was off, but I brushed it off as just being tired from work. Mark and I had been dating for about 6 months, and he was a good guy, practical, not the type to believe in ghosts or anything like that. We were laughing about some stupid movie we'd seen, and I got up to get us more drinks from the kitchen. When I came back, he was staring into the fire, looking thoughtful. "This house has a lot of history, huh?" he said. I nodded, not wanting to get into it. I told him a little about Clara, but not the weird stuff. I didn't want to scare him off. A bit later, he said he needed to use the bathroom upstairs. I pointed him toward the hall, and he headed up. The stairs creak in this old house, so I could hear each step he took. I settled back on the couch, listening to the fire and the wind outside. It was one of those nights where everything feels too quiet, like the world is holding its breath. I started thinking about Clara, how she'd always hum when she was cleaning up here, and I felt a pang of sadness. I missed her. Then I heard it, a soft humming, so faint I almost thought I imagined it. It was coming from upstairs, but Mark wasn't the humming type. My heart started beating faster, and I sat up straight, listening hard. The humming stopped, and I told myself it was just the house settling, or maybe the wind. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone else was there. A few minutes passed, and I heard Mark's footsteps coming back down the stairs. They sounded hurried, almost frantic. When he appeared in the doorway, his face was pale, like he'd seen a ghost. No, worse, like he'd seen something he couldn't process. He was breathing heavily, and his hands were shaking. I stood up, my own heart pounding now. "What's wrong?" I asked, my voice coming out all tight. He just stared at me for a second, his eyes wide, and then he said, "Who's the woman in the blue apron? She just walked past you." I froze. Everything in me went cold, and I felt like I couldn't move. Clara always wore a blue apron, always. My mind raced back to all those years, her smiling in that apron, humming as she worked. I managed to stammer out, "What did you see?" My throat was dry, and I could feel my palms getting sweaty. Mark took a deep breath like he was trying to calm himself. I was coming out of the bathroom, and I saw her, a woman older with grey hair wearing a blue apron. She walked right past where you're sitting, like she was heading toward the kitchen. I thought it was your mom or something, but she didn't look at me, just kept walking, and then she was gone. He shook his head, running a hand through his hair. "I'm not crazy. I saw her. Who is she?" I couldn't speak for a moment. My legs felt weak, and I had to sit back down on the couch. The room seemed to spin a little. I told him about Clara, how she'd died, how we'd heard things over the years. He listened, his face still pale, and when I finished, he just said, "So it's her. She's still here?" We sat there in silence for what felt like forever. The fire had died down a bit, and the room was getting colder. I kept glancing toward the kitchen, half expecting to see Clara standing there, but there was nothing. Mark eventually said he needed to go, that he felt spooked and wanted to sleep at his place. I didn't blame him. After he left, I stayed up for hours, just sitting in the living room, listening. I heard the humming again, soft and distant, and I knew it was her. I've never been able to explain it, not really. It's like some people never truly leave, and Clara's still watching over us in the only way she knows how. Story 4. I'd been driving around for what felt like forever, maybe an hour or more, just turning down random streets, hoping something would look familiar. The streets were mostly empty, which made it creepier. Every now and then I'd see a car pass, but no one stopped or anything. My gas gauge was getting low, and I knew I needed to fill up or I might not make it home. So when I saw this gas station lit up ahead, it felt like a lifesaver. It was one of those older ones, not part of a big chain, with flickering lights and a sign that looked like it hadn't been updated in years. The time was around 2 in the morning by then, and the place was dead quiet. I pulled up to a pump, and my hands were shaking a little as I got out. The air was cold. This was late fall, I think, because I remember wearing a hoodie, but still feeling a chill. I started filling the tank, and the smell of gasoline was strong, mixing with the damp night air. I was just standing there, staring at the numbers on the pump ticking up, when I heard footsteps behind me. I turned, and this guy was walking toward me from the direction of the convenience store. He looked to be in his late 30s or early 40s, kind of average height, wearing a dark jacket and jeans. His hair was messy, like he'd been running his hands through it, and he had this tired, almost desperate look in his eyes. He came up to me and said, "Hey, sorry to bother you, but I'm in a real bind." His voice was calm but urgent, and he kept glancing around like he was nervous. He told me his wallet had been stolen earlier that night, and he needed gas to get home to his kids. He said he lived just a few blocks away, but without money, he was stranded. He asked if I could spare $30. Now, looking back, I should have said no right away. I mean, I was 17, and $30 was a lot for me then. It was basically what I had left from my part-time job. But he seemed genuine, and he mentioned his kids, which got to me. I've got younger siblings, so I thought, what if it were them waiting for him? Against every gut feeling, I dug into my pocket and handed him the money. He took it, and his face just lit up with this intense gratitude. He thanked me over and over, saying I'd saved his night. Then he said, I can't just take this without paying you back. Give me your address, and I'll mail you the money as soon as I get home. That's when things started feeling off. Why would he need my address? Why not just take my number or something? But I was so tired and disoriented from being lost that I didn't push back, he insisted, saying he felt bad taking money from a kid, and he pointed down the street. My house is just a couple blocks that way. Come with me, and I'll get a pen and paper to write it down. My heart was starting to race a little. Red flags were popping up in my head. This wasn't normal, but part of me thought maybe he's just trying to be nice, and I didn't want to seem rude. So stupidly, I agreed. I finished pumping gas, got back in my car, and he said he'd walk, but I could follow him in my car. I drove slowly behind him as he walked down this dimly lit street. The neighborhood was quiet, almost too quiet, with houses that looked like they hadn't been cared for in years. We turned onto a dead-end street, and at the very end, there was this house that made my skin crawl. It was dark, no lights on anywhere, and the yard was overgrown with weeds. The porch had a broken step, and the paint was peeling off in chunks. But what got me was that there was a tricycle lying on its side in the front yard, like maybe someone did live there, but it felt abandoned. He walked up to the front door and unlocked it, then gestured for me to come inside. "Come on in. I'll just grab a pen," he said, his voice echoing a bit in the silence. I hesitated, standing on the porch. The air felt heavy, and I could smell something musty, like old wood and dampness. My instincts were screaming at me to run, but I took a step inside into what looked like a boot room or a mud room. It was small and cluttered, with coats hanging on hooks and boots scattered on the floor. The door swung shut behind me, and it was pitch black except for a sliver of light from the street lamp outside. As soon as I stepped in, the air felt wrong, thick and cold, like it was sucking the warmth out of me. I could hear my own breathing, too loud, and my heart was pounding in my ears. He was somewhere in the darkness ahead of me, and he called out, "Just come a little further. I need to find the light switch." But his voice sounded different now, less friendly, more insistent. I froze, my feet rooted to the spot. The floorboards creaked under me, and I could feel the grit under my shoes. My mind was racing. This wasn't right. Why hadn't he turned on a light before inviting me in? Why was everything so still? I fumbled in my pocket for my keys, my hands shaking so bad I could barely hold them. I had a scrap of paper from the gas station receipt, and I quickly scribbled a fake address on it, just random numbers and a street name I made up. I held it out toward where I thought he was and said, "Here, just take this. I gotta go." My voice came out all shaky. He didn't move closer, but I heard him take a step, and that was enough. I backed toward the door, my body tensed up, expecting him to grab me or something. The doorknob felt cold and sticky in my hand, but I twisted it and pushed the door open. I didn't look back. I just ran. My legs felt like jelly, but I sprinted to my car, fumbling with the keys. I could hear him calling after me, but I didn't catch what he said. It was just a blur of noise. I jumped into the driver's seat, locked the doors, and started the engine. My hands were trembling so much I could barely shift into drive. I peeled out of there, tires screeching, and didn't slow down until I was blocks away. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see him following me, but the street was empty. I drove around aimlessly for a while, my heart still hammering in my chest. I was sweating, even though the car heater was off, and I had this cold knot in my stomach. Eventually, I found a main road I recognized and made it home. I didn't tell my parents anything. I just went to my room and sat on the bed, shaking. I kept replaying it in my head, the way the house felt, the darkness, his voice. It wasn't until years later, when I read about an active serial killer in that area around that time, that it really hit me. I don't know if that guy was involved, but thinking about it now, I get chills. I still wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed any longer. Story 5. Okay, so I've never really posted anything like this before, but I need to get this out there because it's been eating at me for weeks now. And I can't shake the feeling that something's still off. I'm just a regular guy, you know. I work a boring office job, pay my bills, and until recently, the weirdest thing that ever happened to me was finding a stray cat in my garage. But this changed everything. It all started with this dagger I bought in Greece. I was on vacation there a couple months back, just wandering through some old market in Athens, and I saw it in a dusty little shop tucked away in an alley. The guy selling it had this look in his eyes, like he knew something I didn't, but I brushed it off as him just being a quirky vendor. The dagger itself was ancient-looking, with a curved blade, and these intricate symbols carved into the handle. It felt heavy in my hand, cold and kind of oily, like it had been handled by a lot of people over the years. I didn't think much of it at the time. I just thought it'd make a cool souvenir to put on my bookshelf back home, so I brought it back to my apartment, and for a while it just sat there collecting dust. But then, one night, I was bored and scrolling through some weird forums online. You know, the kind where people talk about occult stuff and urban legends. I stumbled across this post about rituals involving old artifacts, and there was one that mentioned using a dagger to invoke spirits or something. It sounded like nonsense, but I was curious, and I guess a part of me thought it'd be fun to try it out, just to see what would happen. Big mistake. The day it all went down was a Saturday. I remember because I'd slept in late, and the sun was already high in the sky when I woke up. My apartment was quiet, too quiet, and I had this weird restless energy all morning. I kept glancing at the dagger on the shelf, and it was like it was calling to me in a way. Don't get me wrong, I'm not some superstitious person. I've always been pretty grounded. But that day, I felt this pull to do the ritual. Maybe it was boredom, or maybe it was something else, but I decided to go for it. I waited until evening, around 7 o'clock, because the forum post said dusk was the best time for this kind of thing. I cleared a space in the middle of my living room, moved the coffee table aside, and lit a couple of candles I had lying around. The room was dim, with just the candlelight flickering, casting long shadows on the walls. I could hear the hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen, and outside, the city sounds were muffled, like everything was holding its breath. I placed the dagger on the floor in front of me, and I started chanting the words I'd read online. They were in some language I didn't understand, probably Greek or something made up, but I said them anyway, feeling a little silly but also kind of excited. As I chanted, the air in the room started to feel thicker, heavier. My skin got all prickly, like static electricity was building up. I remember my heart beating faster, and I had to stop for a second because I felt dizzy. The candles flickered wildly, even though there was no draft. And for a moment, I thought I saw the shadows in the corner of the room shift, like something was moving there. I shook it off, telling myself it was just my imagination, and I kept going. I picked up the dagger, and it felt colder than before, almost icy in my hand. I recited the last part of the ritual, something about offering respect to the spirits, but I must have messed it up because suddenly the room went dead silent, like all the background noise just cut out, and the only thing I could hear was my own breathing. That's when I felt it, this wave of anger, not mine, but coming from somewhere else. It was like a pressure building in my head, and I got this vivid image in my mind of a name, Gayoff. I don't know how I knew it, but it was clear as day, Gayoff, and I knew right then that I'd pissed something off. The dagger slipped from my hand and clattered on the floor, and the candles went out all at once, plunging the room into darkness. I fumbled for the light switch, my hands shaking, and when the lights came on, everything looked normal. But the air still felt heavy, charged with something nasty. I tried to laugh it off, telling myself I was being stupid, but I couldn't shake the unease. My stomach was in knots, and I kept feeling like I was being watched. I decided to just go to bed early, hoping sleep would reset everything. I brushed my teeth, changed into pajamas, and climbed into bed, but I couldn't get comfortable. The room felt colder than usual, and I kept hearing little noises, creaks from the floorboards, like someone was walking around. but I knew I was alone. Eventually, I drifted off, but that's when the real nightmare began. I fell into this dream, and it was so vivid, so real, that it didn't feel like a dream at all. I was in this dark, unfamiliar place, maybe an alley or a basement, and I was holding the dagger. My heart was pounding, and I could feel the weight of it in my hand. Then, out of nowhere, someone stumbled into me, a person I didn't recognize, just a shadowy figure. We struggled, and I felt the dagger push into them, a sickening squelch, and they collapsed. I didn't mean to do it. It was an accident. But in that moment I was filled with this overwhelming guilt and horror. I dropped the dagger and backed away, but the body was just lying there, and I knew they were dead. Then the scene shifted, and I was in this dark apartment. It looked a lot like mine, but wrong. Everything was distorted, like a funhouse mirror version. The walls were peeling, and there was this damp, musty smell. And that's when I heard it. Singing. It was faint at first, then it grew louder, this eerie, off-key melody that sent chills down my spine. It wasn't human. It sounded like multiple voices overlapping, high and low, singing words I couldn't understand. They were coming from all around me, from the shadows, and I could see these entities moving in the darkness. They weren't solid, more like shimmering shapes, but I could feel their presence, cold and malevolent. They circled me, their singing getting louder and more intense, until it felt like my head was going to split open. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move, and I was trapped there, forced to listen to that horrible song. I woke up, gasping, drenched in sweat, my heart hammering against my ribs. For a second I thought it was over, that it was just a bad dream. But then I saw it, right there, inches from my face, was this thing, a face, but not human. Its eyes were black pits, no whites, just endless darkness, and its skin was pale and stretched tight over sharp bones. It had this twisted smile, like it knew exactly what I'd been through and enjoyed it. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I was frozen, just staring back at it. I could feel its breath on my skin, cold and stale, like old graves. It felt so real, so tangible, that I knew it wasn't a dream anymore. This was happening. We stayed like that for what felt like hours, but it was probably only seconds. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. The room was dark again, and I was alone, but the fear lingered, clinging to me like a second skin. I scrambled out of bed, turning on every light in the apartment, but nothing felt safe anymore. I kept expecting to see that face again, or hear the singing, but everything was quiet. Too quiet. I spent the rest of the night on my couch, wrapped in a blanket, too scared to close my eyes. Every little noise made me jump, and I couldn't stop thinking about Gayoff, the spirit I'd angered. I don't know what it is, or why it chose me, but I'm convinced now that spirits and witchcraft are real. That dagger is still in my apartment, but I can't bring myself to touch it. I've thought about getting rid of it, but what if that makes things worse? What if it's attached to me now? I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was sleep paralysis or stress, but deep down, I know it was more than that. The details are too specific, too vivid. The cold feel of the dagger, the way the air changed during the ritual, the singing in the dream. It all fits together in a way that feels intentional, like I opened a door I shouldn't have, and now I can't close it. So yeah, that's my story. I don't know what to do next, or if anyone will even believe me, but I had to share it, because if something like this can happen to me, it could happen to anyone. And if you're ever tempted to mess with stuff you don't understand, take it from me. Don't. Just leave it alone, because once you invite something in, you might not be able to make it leave. Story 6. It's been years now, but I still don't like talking about it. I don't even like thinking about it, but it's one of those things that just sits there in the back of your head, like a stain you can't scrub out. I guess writing it down might help, or maybe it'll just make it feel real all over again. But here goes. My grandma died when I was 9. It was the first time I'd ever lost someone I was really close to. She lived with us, and her room was right next to mine. After the funeral, her room just stayed like it was for a long time. My mom couldn't bring herself to pack it up. The door was usually shut, but sometimes it'd be left open a crack, and I'd catch a glimpse of her quilt or the little porcelain dolls she collected on the dresser. It made me sad. But it was a normal kind of sad, you know, the kind you expect. The first time I saw it, I was still 9. It was probably a month or so after she'd passed. I'd gotten up to get a glass of water in the middle of the night. The house was dead quiet, the kind of quiet that almost has a weight to it. As I passed her door, which was open just a few inches, I stopped. I don't know why, I just felt like I had to look. And there it was, a shadow. But not a normal shadow cast by a chair or the curtain. This was a tall, solid black shape, like a man but way too tall and way too thin, standing right in the middle of the room. It didn't have any features, no face, no clothes, just this pure darkness that was deeper than the rest of the dark in the room. It was just standing there, perfectly still. My heart immediately started hammering in my chest, so hard I could feel it in my ears. I froze, just staring at it. I remember my hand was gripping the edge of the doorframe, and my knuckles were white. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. I just stood there, a kid in his pajamas, staring into his dead grandmother's room, at this thing that shouldn't be there. It didn't move. It didn't make a sound. It just stood there, and I had this overwhelming, gut-level feeling that it was looking right back at me, that it knew I was there after what felt like an hour, but was probably only 10 seconds. I just turned and ran back to my room, jumped into bed and pulled the covers over my head. I didn't tell anyone. What was I going to say? I saw a tall shadow in Grandma's room. They'd think I was having bad dreams. I saw it a few more times over the next couple of years, always the same. The door would be open a bit, I'd glance in, and there it would be, standing in the same spot. I started actively avoiding looking into that room. I'd walk on the other side of the hallway. I'd keep my eyes straight ahead. It became a habit. The fear never went away. It just became a low, constant hum in the background of my life. Then, when I was 15, things got worse, a lot worse. The day it happened had been a completely normal day. Nothing weird, no bad feelings. I went to school, came home, did some homework, played video games, and went to bed at my usual time, which was around 11. I fell asleep pretty quickly. I don't know what woke me up. It wasn't a sound. It was a feeling of absolute, sheer wrongness. I opened my eyes, or at least I thought I did, but I couldn't see anything. The room was pitch black, way darker than it should have been. There's always some light, right? From the street lamp outside or the digital clock. But this was a blackness that felt thick, like you could touch it, and I couldn't move, not a finger, not a toe. I was completely paralyzed, pinned to my bed. My brain was screaming at my body to move, to sit up, to do anything, but it was like I was trapped inside a statue of myself. That's when the panic set in. It's a specific kind of terror, sleep paralysis. It's not like being scared of a noise downstairs. This is a primal, trapped animal fear. You're completely vulnerable. You can't even scream. I tried so hard to force a sound out of my throat, but all that came out was this weak, strangled gasp, like the air was being squeezed out of me. And then I felt it, a presence, to my right. I couldn't turn my head, but my eyes, which were the only things I could move, strained to look toward the side of my bed. And there it was, the shadow from my grandmother's room. It was here, in my room, right next to me. It was just as tall and thin as I remembered, but up close the sheer wrongness of its proportions was horrifying. Its arms were too long. They hung down past its knees, ending in fingers that were just slightly too long, too. It was made of that same absolute light-sucking blackness, and even though it had no face, no eyes, I knew it was staring at me. I could feel its gaze like a physical pressure on my skin. It just stood there silent. It didn't lean in, it didn't reach out. It just watched me as I lay there, helpless, drowning in my own fear. My heart was beating so fast and so hard, I thought it was going to explode. I was sweating, a cold, clammy sweat that soaked my t-shirt and the sheets beneath me. I could feel every single thread of the fabric pressed against my back. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears, a roaring sound that blocked out everything else. I kept trying to move, to break free. I'd concentrate all my willpower into lifting just one finger, but nothing happened. It was like my brain and my body had been completely disconnected. All the while, this thing just stood there, a silent monument to my terror. I don't know how long it lasted. Time doesn't work right in that state. It could have been 30 seconds. It could have been 30 minutes. But eventually, the pressure in my chest eased just a fraction. I managed to suck in a ragged breath, and with that breath, I felt a tiny bit of control return. I focused everything I had on my right hand, on the idea of clenching it into a fist. My finger twitched. It was the smallest movement, but it was everything. The spell was broken. The second I felt that twitch, the paralysis shattered. I gasped, a loud, proper gasp, and my whole body jolted. I sat bolt upright in bed, my chest heaving, my eyes wide and staring at the spot where it had been. It was gone. The room was just my room again. The faint orange glow from the streetlight was coming through the window, outlining my desk and my chair. I could see the red numbers on my clock. It was 3:33 in the morning. I sat there for a long time, just breathing, trying to calm my racing heart. My whole body was trembling. It was just a dream, I told myself. A really, really bad dream. A night terror. Sleep paralysis. I'd read about it online. That's all it was. I needed to get up. I needed to move, to prove to myself that I could. I swung my legs out of bed, and my feet hit the cold wooden floor. I stood up, my legs feeling weak and shaky, like I'd just run a mile. I decided to go to the bathroom, splash some water on my face. I flicked on the light in the hallway, the sudden brightness making me squint. I walked to the bathroom, my steps slow and unsteady. I flipped that switch too, and the fluorescent light buzzed to life. I leaned over the sink, my hands gripping the cool porcelain, and I looked at myself in the mirror. I looked terrible. Pale, eyes wide and bloodshot, hair a mess. And that's when I saw them. On the side of my neck, right where my pajama collar ended, there were 3 faint parallel lines. They were red like scratches, but they didn't hurt. I reached up and touched them. The skin was slightly raised, irritated. They were real. My blood ran cold. It wasn't a dream. The feeling of its gaze, the pressure, it had left a mark. I stared at my reflection, at those 3 little lines on my neck, and the fear came rushing back 10 times stronger. It wasn't just watching me. It could touch me. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I just sat on my bed with the lamp on, staring at my door, jumping at every tiny creak the house made. The shadow had crossed a line. It wasn't just a thing I saw in another room anymore. It was in my space. It had touched me. The next few weeks were hell. I was exhausted all the time. I was jumpy, nervous. I started sleeping with my bedroom light on, which my mom hated, but I didn't care. I couldn't explain it to her. How do you tell your parents that a shadow monster from your dead grandmother's room is scratching you in your sleep? I started to dread going to bed. Every night was a battle. I'd lie there for hours, listening, straining my eyes in the dim light from my lamp, terrified that if I closed my eyes, I'd open them to that darkness and that feeling of being pinned down. And then it happened again. This time, I wasn't fully asleep. I was in that groggy, half-awake state, just drifting off. The room was dark because I'd finally gotten brave enough to turn the lamp off, but I'd left my closet light on, so there was a soft glow coming from the crack under the door. It was enough to see the shapes of my furniture. The first thing I noticed was the cold. It wasn't just a draft. It was a deep, penetrating cold that settled in the room and seeped into my bones. I pulled my blanket tighter, thinking the heat had kicked off. Then I felt the pressure on my chest. It wasn't the full-body paralysis of before. I could move my legs a little. I could twitch my fingers, but my chest, my shoulders and my arms were pinned. It felt like a huge, heavy hand was pressing down on me, holding me to the mattress. I could breathe, but it was a struggle, like there was a weight sitting right on my sternum. I opened my eyes. The room was dark, but I could still make out the faint glow from under the closet door. I looked down toward my chest, and my heart just stopped. There was a hand on me, a long, pale hand, with fingers that were too slender, too bony. It was just a hand, disembodied, pressing down on my chest. I couldn't see an arm attached to it. It was just there, emerging from the darkness right above me. I tried to scream, but all that came out was a choked whimper. I tried to lift my arms to push it away, but they were stuck, held down by that same invisible force. I could only lie there and stare at this pale, alien hand holding me in place. And then the light went out. Not my bedside lamp. That was already off. The glow from under the closet door just vanished. It didn't fade. It was just there 1 second, and then it was gone. Like someone had unscrewed the bulb from the other side. The room was plunged into that same absolute suffocating blackness I'd experienced before, the kind of black where you can't see your own hand in front of your face. The cold intensified. I was shivering uncontrollably now, my teeth chattering. The pressure from the hand increased, making it harder to breathe. I could feel the individual points of its fingers digging into my skin through my t-shirt. I was crying, I think. I could feel the hot tears running down the sides of my face and into my ears. But I couldn't even lift a hand to wipe them away. I was trapped, completely and utterly, in the dark, with this thing on my chest. I could feel its presence all around me, filling the room. It was the shadow. I knew it was. It was letting me know that it was here, that it was in control. I don't know how I got out of it that time. I think I just passed out from pure terror. 1 minute I was fighting for air, shivering and crying in the blackness, and the next I was waking up with a gasp, the morning sun streaming through my window. The room was normal, the closet light was on. I could see the glow under the door. I was drenched in sweat and my chest ached, a deep, bruised feeling. I scrambled out of bed and ran to the closet, yanking the door open. The bare bulb was on, bright and normal. I looked at my chest in the full light. There were no marks this time, just the deep, aching feeling like I'd been punched. I never saw the shadow in my grandmother's room again after that night. A few months later, my mum finally packed all of Grandma's things away and turned it into a guest room. But it didn't matter. The thing wasn't tied to that room anymore. It had followed me. It had marked me. That was years ago. I'm an adult now. I don't live in that house anymore. But I still sleep with a light on. I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night for no reason, my heart pounding, and I'll lie there perfectly still, listening, waiting. The fear never really left. It just changed shape. It's the dread of knowing that something found me once, something that shouldn't exist, and that it left a piece of itself behind in the dark corners of my life. I don't know what it wanted. I don't know why it chose me. I just know that it was real, and that it knew I was there, and that for a few terrible moments in the dark, it had me completely in its power. And I have no idea what it might do next. Story 7. Okay, I'll do my best to tell this exactly how it happened. I'm still kind of shaky thinking about it, and it's been a couple of years now. But some days, it feels like it was just yesterday. I need to get this out, because I don't think I've ever properly explained it to anyone, not even my husband. He was there, he knows, but he doesn't know, you know? He didn't go inside that room. So this was back in 2019, late summer, a Saturday. My husband and I had driven out to Franklin, Tennessee for this little street festival they have every year. It was one of those perfect hot blue sky days where the air feels thick and sweet, like you're breathing in syrup. We were walking around, listening to some live music, looking at the craft stalls. I'd had a coffee earlier and, stupidly, a spicy sausage from one of the food trucks. I have IBS. It's just a part of my life. Something I'm always managing. Most of the time it's okay, but when it decides to flare up, it's not a suggestion. It's a 5-alarm fire evacuation order from my own body. The first rumble was subtle, just a low, deep cramp that made me stop mid-sentence. My husband was talking about some wooden birdhouse he liked, and I just grabbed his arm. He knows the look. His eyes went from relaxed to alert in half a second. "Bad?" he asked. I just nodded, my jaw already clenched. The fun part of the day was over. Now it was a race. We started power walking, scanning the street for a bathroom. The first place was a cute little boutique with handmade soaps in the window. I beelined for the back, praying, but there it was, a little carved sign hanging from a ribbon on the door handle. Restroom for customers only. My heart sank. I wasn't a customer. I was a woman about to have a very, very personal disaster in their store. We moved on. A coffee shop. Same sign, this time printed neatly and taped to the door. A bookstore, a damn ice cream parlor. Every single one. Restroom for customers only. The words started to feel like a personal attack. The cramps were intensifying, coiling deep in my gut. It was no longer a rumble. It was a definite, urgent pressure. I was sweating, and it wasn't from the heat. It was that cold, clammy sweat of pure panic. My vision was starting to tunnel, focusing only on the search for a door, any door, that led to a toilet. "I can't hold it," I whispered to my husband, my voice tight. I was genuinely terrified I was going to have an accident right there on the sidewalk, surrounded by families and couples laughing and eating ice cream. "Gas station," he said, his voice low and steady. "I saw one when we parked. It's a couple blocks over." A couple blocks felt like a marathon. Every step was a calculated risk. I was clenching muscles I didn't know I had, walking stiff-legged, trying to keep everything locked down. The world had shrunk to the space between my ears and the war going on in my abdomen. The cheerful festival sounds became a distant, annoying buzz. We finally got to the gas station. It wasn't one of the nice, new ones. This was an old, weathered building that looked like it had been there since the 70s. The sign was faded, the pavement was cracked, and a couple of the fluorescent lights inside were flickering. At that moment, it was the most beautiful building I had ever seen. "I'll ask," my husband said, but I was already pushing through the door. The bell jangled, a harsh, cheap sound. The air inside was stale, smelling of old coffee, gasoline, and something vaguely sour. The place was empty except for the cashier, a gaunt man in his 50s with a greasy baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. He was watching a small, staticky TV behind the counter. "Bathroom." I managed to get out, my voice strained. "Please, I need the key." He looked up at me slowly, his eyes taking me in. I must have looked a sight. Pale, sweating, probably wild-eyed. He didn't say anything for a second, just stared. Then he reached slowly under the counter and pulled out a key. But it wasn't just a key. It was attached to the biggest, most absurd thing I have ever seen. It was like a section of a 2x4, a block of wood so large and heavy. It felt like I was being handed a small piece of furniture. It was stained dark and had the word restroom burned into it in clumsy capital letters. He held it out, but as my fingers closed around the rough wood, he didn't let go. His grip tightened. I looked from the block to his face. His expression was completely flat, but his eyes were intense. "You don't want to go in there," he said. His voice was a low, gravelly drawl. "I really, really do," I said, almost begging, pulling gently on the block. He held on for a second longer, his eyes locked on mine. "Seriously, you shouldn't." It wasn't a friendly warning. It wasn't a, "Hey, it's a bit messy in there." It was a statement, a final one. But my body chose that moment to send a seismic cramp through me, a wave of nausea and pressure so intense I saw spots. I yanked the key and block contraption from his hand. "It's fine," I gasped, and I turned and practically ran for the hallway he'd gestured towards with his chin. The hallway was dark and narrow, smelling even more strongly of that sour dampness. There was one door at the end, a dirty white door with a scratched metal push plate. I fumbled with the huge block, trying to fit the key into the lock. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped the thing twice, the heavy wood clattering loudly on the grimy linoleum floor. The sound echoed in the silent hallway. Finally, I got the key in, turned it with a loud protesting clunk, and pushed the door open. The smell that hit me was indescribable. It was a thick, physical presence, a cocktail of ancient urine, stagnant water, mildew, and something else. Something rotten and sweet that made the back of my throat seize up. I gagged, covering my mouth and nose with my hand, but I had to go in. There was no turning back. I felt along the wall for a light switch. My fingers brushed against something, not a switch plate, but rough, cracked plastic and what felt like bare, brittle wires. I recoiled, my heart hammering. This was a bad idea, but the pressure in my gut was unbearable. I was out of time. I took a step forward into the near darkness and pulled the door shut behind me. It clicked, and I was sealed in. There was a light, a single bare bulb hanging from a wire in the middle of the low ceiling. It wasn't on steadily, it was blinking, not flickering like a bad connection, but blinking like a slow, demented heartbeat. On for 2 seconds, off for 1. On, off. The room would be plunged into near total darkness, then suddenly illuminated in a sickly, jaundiced yellow light for a couple of seconds before going black again. In those flashes of light, I took in the room. It was a nightmare. The floor was made of small octagonal white tiles, but they were almost black with grime and something crusted in the grout. Many of them were cracked or missing entirely, revealing the dark, damp concrete underneath. The walls were a mess of peeling, bubbled paint, stained brown and yellow in long, weeping streaks. The toilet was the centerpiece of the horror. It was an old, low-tank model, and the bowl wasn't white. It was black, a deep, matte black of mold and God knows what else, caked on so thick it looked like it was part of the porcelain. The seat was gone, just the bare, stained porcelain rim, and there were bugs, not just a couple of ants. There were large, dark beetles scuttling across the floor, disappearing into the cracks when the light blinked on. I saw the silhouette of a spider the size of a quarter in its web in the corner above the toilet, and in the darkness I could hear the faint skittering sounds of more of them moving around. I felt a primal, screaming terror. This wasn't just a dirty bathroom. This felt wrong, violated. The cashier's warning echoed in my head. You shouldn't. The blinking light, the exposed wires, the sheer aggressive filth. It felt like a place where bad things happened, a place a serial killer would take someone. The thought was so vivid, so immediate, that I actually spun around, half expecting to see a figure standing in the dark corner behind the door. But I had no choice. My body was giving out. Another cramp, the worst one yet, doubled me over. I was going to be sick, or worse, right there on the floor. I stumbled to the toilet, trying not to touch anything. I held my breath, my eyes streaming from the smell. I had to brace myself on the grimy wall to keep my balance, and my palm came away sticky. I didn't look. I just did what I had to do. It was the most humiliating, terrifying, and physically painful few minutes of my life. The relief of the physical pressure was instantly overshadowed by the sheer revulsion of my surroundings. I was crying, silent tears of panic and self-pity as I sat on that disgusting, mold-encrusted rim in the strobe light hell of that room. When it was over, I looked for toilet paper. There was none. The dispenser was a rusty metal shell, empty. I had nothing, not a tissue, not a napkin, nothing in my pockets. I had to use the one thing I had, a thin, useless receipt from a purchase hours ago. It was a pathetic, hopeless gesture. I felt utterly defeated, soiled in a way that felt more than just physical. I stood up, my legs trembling, and flushed. The toilet groaned and gurgled, the water rising alarmingly high, swirling with the black filth, before slowly, reluctantly, draining away. I didn't wait to see if it would overflow. I just needed to get out. I unlocked the door, my hand slipping on the sweaty wood of the giant block, and burst out into the hallway, sucking in the marginally cleaner air like a drowning victim. I didn't look back. I half walked, half ran back to the front of the store, my one clean hand shoved into my pocket, the other holding the horrible key block out in front of me like it was contaminated. The cashier was still there, still watching his TV. I slammed the key block down on the counter. The sound made him jump. He looked from the key to my face. I must have been pale as a ghost, my eyes red-rimmed. He didn't say, "Have a nice day." He just looked at me, and in that same flat, gravelly voice, he repeated it. "I told you not to go in there." It wasn't an "I told you so." It was heavier than that. It was a confirmation that I had entered a space I was not meant to enter, that I had seen something I was not meant to see, and that I was now marked by it. I didn't reply. I just turned and walked out into the blinding afternoon sun. My husband was waiting by the car, his face full of concern. "You were in there a while. Everything okay?" I just shook my head, got in the passenger seat and closed the door. I felt numb. I couldn't even articulate it. I just said, "Just drive, please." The drive home was an hour and a half. I didn't say a word for the first 45 minutes. I just stared out the window, feeling filthy. It wasn't a dirt I could wash off. I could still smell that room in my nostrils, on my clothes, on my skin. I felt like the grime had seeped into my pores. I felt repulsive, marked. I kept seeing the blinking light, the black toilet, the scuttling beetles in the flashes of darkness. I kept hearing the cashier's voice. "I told you not to go in there." I was so angry too, a hot, bitter anger at every single shop with their polite, cruel signs. Restroom for customers only. They had no idea. They had no idea what their refusal had driven me to. They forced me into that chamber of horrors. I cursed them all in my head, a silent, furious litany. We got home. The first thing I did was go straight to the shower. I scrubbed my skin raw with the hottest water I could stand. I used half a bottle of body wash. But even after, wrapped in a clean towel, standing in my clean, bright, safe bathroom, I didn't feel clean. A part of me felt like it was still in that room, sitting in the dark, waiting for the light to blink on and show me something even worse that I'd missed the first time. I've never gone back to that gas station. I avoid that whole side of Franklin now. My husband knows not to even suggest it. I still have IBS. I still have bad days. But now, when I feel that first cramp in a public place, the fear is twofold. It's the fear of the accident, yes, but it's also the deeper, colder fear of being forced into a place like that again. A place that feels so wrong, so actively malevolent, that a simple bodily function becomes a traumatic event. The cashier knew. He knew what was in there, and he tried to warn me. And sometimes, late at night, I lie awake and wonder what exactly he was warning me about. Was it just the filth? Or was it something else? Something that lingers. Something that, in a way, I think I might have brought out with me. Story 8. It's funny how some things stick with you, not because they were terrifying in the moment, but because you only really understand them later. This is one of those things for me. I've never told this to anyone, not all of it, not like this. Writing it down feels weird, like I'm poking at a bruise I didn't know I still had. But here goes. I must have been about 6 or 7 years old. It was the middle of the night, one of those deep, solid nights where the world feels like it's switched off. Our house was quiet, the kind of quiet that has a weight to it. I shared a room with my brother, but his bed was empty that night. He was sick and sleeping on the couch in the living room so my mom could keep an eye on him. So it was just me, in the room. I woke up, but not all at once. You know how it is when you're a kid. You sort of drift up from sleep. Everything's fuzzy and soft around the edges. The first thing I noticed was the light. We had this street lamp right outside our house, and my curtains were thin. So this orangey-yellow glow always spilled into my room, making long, strange shadows on the wall. It was enough light to see shapes, but not details. I was lying on my side, facing the wall, and I remember feeling like I needed to roll over. I don't know why. It was just a feeling, so I did. I turned over, my blanket rustling, and that's when I saw her. There was a woman sitting on the floor right beside my bed. My heart didn't jump or anything. Not then. I was too sleep-dumb for that. She was naked, sitting with her knees pulled up to her chest, her arms wrapped tight around her shins. Her head was down, her face completely buried in her knees. Her hair was long and fell over her shoulders and down her back. In that streetlight glow, it looked golden, almost like it was lit from within. My first thought, my only thought, was that it was my mom. It made a weird kind of sense to my half-asleep brain. Maybe I'd cried out in my sleep, or maybe she was just checking on me because my brother was sick. It didn't strike me as strange that she was sitting on the floor, or that she was naked. Kids don't question that stuff. Their parents are just their parents. Everything they do is normal. So I whispered it, just a soft, sleep-filled mumble into the quiet. "Mom!" I remember my voice sounded small, like it didn't even belong to me. It just got swallowed up by the room. She didn't move. She didn't lift her head or acknowledge me at all. She just stayed there, curled into a ball. I felt a little pang of, I don't know, confusion maybe. A need for comfort. I wanted her to look at me, to tell me everything was okay. So I did what any kid would do. I reached out my hand from under the covers. I was going to touch her shoulder, just a little pat, to get her attention. My hand moved through the air, and I expected to feel the warm skin of her shoulder or the softness of her hair. But I didn't. My hand kept going. It was the weirdest feeling I've ever felt in my life, before or since. It wasn't like touching nothing. It was like the space where she was bent. It's so hard to describe. It felt thick and cold, but not like ice. It was a deep, humming cold, like putting your hand into static on an old TV. But it was also pushing back against my fingers like I was trying to press two magnets together. There was a resistance, but it wasn't solid. My fingers tingled, a weird, unpleasant pins and needles feeling that shot all the way up to my elbow. I pulled my hand back fast, clutching it to my chest. The tingling feeling took a few seconds to fade. That's when the fear started. It was a slow, cold trickle in my stomach. This wasn't right. This wasn't my mom. And that's when she moved. She didn't uncurl quickly. It was slow, deliberate, like something waking up from a long, long sleep. First, her arms loosened their grip on her legs. Then, her head began to lift. It wasn't a smooth motion. It was stiff, jerky almost, as if her neck was rusty. The streetlight caught the side of her face as it came up. It wasn't my mother. This woman was younger. Her features were sharp and pale. Her hair wasn't my mum's light brown color. It was a darker blonde, almost ash-colored in the strange light. But her eyes, that's what I remember most. They were open now, and they were fixed right on me. They were red, not bloodshot, not like someone who's been crying. They were solid, glowing red, like 2 drops of wet paint in the dark. They glistened, catching the orange street lamp glow and reflecting it back as this deep, awful crimson. There was no white to them at all, just 2 pools of shimmering liquid red. She stared at me. She didn't blink, she didn't smile or frown. Her face was completely blank, empty. But those red eyes were locked onto mine with an intensity that felt physical, like a weight pressing down on me. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream, I couldn't even breathe. All I could do was stare back into those horrible red eyes. My whole body was frozen solid. The cold trickle of fear in my stomach had become a frozen lake. I could feel my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic trapped bird. but the rest of me was stone. The air in the room felt thick and heavy, like soup. I could smell something too, a weird scent I'd never smelled before. It was like old flowers and damp earth, like a garden after it rains, but gone bad, rotten. We stayed like that for what felt like an hour. Me, frozen in my bed. Her, sitting naked on the floor with her red eyes burning into me. I remember the texture of my sheets under my clenched fists. I remember the way my nightlight, a little plastic turtle, cast a soft green circle on the ceiling. A tiny, normal thing in a room that had suddenly become a nightmare. I remember the sound of the fridge kicking on downstairs, a low hum that usually meant everything was safe and normal, but now it just sounded alien and far away. Then she started to fade. It wasn't like in the movies where a ghost just turns transparent and vanishes. It was different. She became less substantial. The edges of her body, her shoulders, her knees began to look grainy, like a photograph dissolving into static. The streetlight seemed to pass through her more easily. The deep, humming cold I'd felt with my hand seemed to spread out from her, filling the space around my bed. I could feel it on my face, a dry, electric chill. The red of her eyes was the last thing to go. They stayed bright and focused on me even as the shape of her head and body blurred and softened into the shadows. They burned in the darkness for a second, 2 red pinpricks, and then they too just winked out. She was gone. The room felt instantly lighter, the heavy air just normal room air again. The rotten flower smell was gone. I could suddenly move. I gasped in a huge, ragged breath, my lungs burning. I didn't sit up. I didn't run to my parents' room. I just lay there, staring at the empty spot on the floor where she had been. My whole body was trembling, little shivers I couldn't control. I pulled the blanket up over my head, making a little cave, and I stayed like that, perfectly still, listening to the frantic beat of my own heart, until the first grey light of morning started to creep around the edges of the window. When my mum came in to wake me up for school, she was just my mum. She was wearing her bathrobe, her hair was a mess, and she smelled like coffee and sleep. She asked me if I was okay, said I looked pale. I just nodded. I didn't say a word about what happened. I didn't know how. The words felt too big and too impossible for my 7-year-old mouth. For years, I didn't think about it much. It got filed away in my head as a weird dream, one of those super vivid ones that feel real. It was easier that way. But then, when I was a teenager, maybe 15 or 16, I was cleaning out my old closet and I found a drawing I'd made in school the day after that night. I'd completely forgotten about it. It was a crayon drawing. There was a stick figure me in a bed, and on the floor next to it was a yellow scribble for hair and 2 big red carefully colored circles for eyes. No body, just the hair and the eyes. I'd written my name at the top and the date. Seeing that drawing, holding it in my hands, it was like a door in my mind slammed open. It wasn't a dream, it was real. I had drawn it the next day. I had known it was real enough to draw. That's when the real fear set in. Not the sharp, immediate terror of that night, but a slow, creeping dread that has never really left me. What was she? Why was she in my room? Why was she naked? Why did she have red eyes? I've turned it over and over in my head for years. I've tried to explain it away. A hypnopompic hallucination. That's when you see things right after waking up. A trick of the light and a sleepy brain. But that doesn't explain my hand. That feeling of the air bending, that static, humming cold. You can't hallucinate a physical sensation that vivid. You just can't. And the drawing proves I was thinking about it when I was fully awake. It proves it mattered. I'm an adult now. I have a job. I pay bills. I live in a different house. I've never seen anything like it again. But sometimes, if I wake up in the middle of the night and my room is dark, I'll find myself staring at the floor beside my bed, my heart starting to beat a little faster. I'll look for a shape in the shadows, for a glint of red in the darkness. I never see anything, but the possibility is always there, sitting in the back of my mind. The memory of that woman, naked and curled on my floor, lifting her head to show me those wet red eyes, is as clear and sharp in my mind as it was 20 years ago. It's a part of me. I don't know what she was. I don't know why she was there. I just know that she was, and that for one long, silent minute in the middle of a childhood night, something that wasn't human sat in my room and looked at me, and I have never been able to forget the feeling of the space around her bending under my touch. Story 9. It was supposed to be one of those perfect family vacations, you know? The kind you look back on in photos and remember the heat and the laughter. We were in New Orleans, right in the heart of the French Quarter. This was a few years back. The air was thick, the kind of thick that sits on your skin and makes your shirt stick to your back. It was loud too, music spilling out of every other doorway, the smell of fried food and something sweet and heavy in the air, probably pralines or beignets. I was holding my little brother's hand. His name's Tommy. He was 6 years old at the time, a little kid with a mess of blonde hair and a gap-toothed grin that was usually plastered on his face. But not that day. Not after what happened. We'd been walking for what felt like hours. My mom was up ahead, looking in shop windows, and my dad was lagging behind, checking a map on his phone. It was just me and Tommy, walking together, his small hand sweaty in mine. We were passing by one of the old cemeteries. You know the ones. They call them cities of the dead, tall whitewashed tombs all crammed together behind black iron fences. It was quieter on that street, a weird pocket of silence away from the main hustle. The shade from the big creepy oak trees with all that Spanish moss hanging down made it feel 10 degrees cooler, and not in a good way. It was a chill that went right through you. That's when Tommy stopped dead in his tracks. His whole body went rigid. I felt his little fingers clamp down on my hand, hard. I looked down at him, and his eyes were huge, fixed on something behind me, over my shoulder. His mouth was slightly open, but no sound was coming out. "What is it, bud?" I asked, giving his hand a little shake. He didn't look at me. He just stared, and then he whispered, so quiet, I almost didn't hear it over the distant jazz music. "The chains." I frowned. "What chains?" "Listen," he whispered, and his voice was trembling, so I stopped talking and I listened, and I heard it, faint at first, then clearer, a sound like heavy metal links being dragged slowly across old stone. Clink, drag, clink, drag. It was coming from the other side of the cemetery fence, from between those close-set tombs. It wasn't a rhythmic sound, not like someone working. It was slow, labored, like something exhausted or in pain was pulling a great weight. Then I heard the voice. It was an old man's voice, raspy and thin, like dry leaves scraping together. I couldn't make out any words. It was just a low, murmuring stream of sound. But it was full of such a profound sadness, a kind of weary misery that made the hairs on my arms stand straight up. It was the kind of voice that had no business being out here in the daylight. I turned my head, trying to see where it was coming from, but the tombs were too close together. I couldn't see anyone. It was just that sound, the dragging chains and the mournful mumbling. Tommy's grip on my hand was so tight my fingers were starting to go numb. He was pulling on my arm, trying to tug me away, but he was frozen in place, his little body caught between the need to flee and the terror that had him rooted to the spot. "I don't see anything, Tommy," I said, trying to sound calm, but my own heart was starting to beat a little faster. The atmosphere had shifted completely. The festive feeling was gone, replaced by this heavy, oppressive dread. The shade from the trees didn't feel cool anymore. It felt like a cold breath on the back of my neck. That's when Tommy's eyes, which had been wide with a general fear, focused on something specific. They tracked something moving behind me, just over my right shoulder. His face lost all its color. It was instantaneous. 1 second he was pale from fear. The next he was sheet white, ghost white. the color of bone. His jaw started to quiver. His hand, Tommy choked out, his voice a strangled little thing. "What hand?" I asked, my own voice rising in pitch. I started to turn to look over my shoulder to see what he was seeing. "Don't look!" he shrieked, and the sound was so sharp and full of pure panic that it froze me in place. He yanked on my hand with a strength I didn't know he had. "Don't look at it. Just go. Please, just go." He was crying now, proper tears streaming down his face, but he was still staring, transfixed by whatever was behind me. I could feel it then. Not a presence exactly, but a change in the air pressure, a drop in temperature that was so localized it felt like someone had opened a freezer door right next to us, and a smell, a faint, dry, dusty smell, like an old attic that hadn't been opened in 100 years. I didn't look. His terror was too real, too contagious. I just started walking, fast, pulling him along with me. His legs were stiff, and he stumbled, but I kept us moving, my own heart hammering against my ribs. I didn't run. I don't know why. Maybe some part of me was afraid that if I ran, whatever it was would give chase. So I just power-walked, my head down, dragging my sobbing little brother away from that cemetery fence. I could still hear the chains, though. Clink, drag, clink. It seemed to follow us for a few steps, the sound not fading as quickly as it should have, with the distance we were putting between us and it. And that's when I saw it, not by looking directly, but in my peripheral vision, just for a split second, as I was hustling us away. Over my right shoulder, coming from behind me, a hand reached into the edge of my eyesight. It was a bony hand, so white it was almost grey. The skin looked thin and papery, stretched tight over long skeletal fingers and prominent knuckles. It wasn't a solid white either. It was blotchy, like old marble. The fingers were slightly curled, and they looked cold. Not like a living person's cold hand, but a deep, fundamental cold, the cold of the grave. There was no life in it, no warmth. It was just this thing, this appendage. It hovered there for that fraction of a second, and then it was gone from my sight as we moved forward. That's the image that's burned into my brain, that bony white hand. I didn't see an arm. I didn't see a body. Just the hand, appearing over my shoulder as if it had been reaching for me, or maybe for Tommy. I felt a wave of nausea so strong I thought I was going to be sick right there on the sidewalk. The air felt thin, and I was gulping it down, trying to get enough oxygen. We finally reached the corner where the main street was, with its crowds and its noise and its life. The second we stepped out of the shadow of the oak trees and into the bright, hot sun, the sound stopped. The chains, the voice, gone. The cold spot vanished. It was like stepping out of a freezer and into an oven. The normal sounds of the quarter rushed back in, but they sounded hollow and far away, like I was hearing them from underwater. My mom saw us first. She took one look at Tommy's face, and her own smile just melted away. What happened? What's wrong? I couldn't even form the words. I just shook my head, still gripping Tommy's hand. He had buried his face in the side of my leg, his whole body shaking with silent sobs now. My dad came over, his brow furrowed with concern. "Hey guys, everything okay?" My mom knelt down in front of Tommy. "Honey, what's the matter? Did you see something?" Tommy wouldn't look at her. He just kept his face pressed against my jeans, his little shoulders heaving. He was mute. He didn't say a single word for the rest of the afternoon. My mum, trying to fix it, did what mums do. She repositioned him. She put him at the front of our little group, holding his hand herself, putting her body between him and the rest of the world, between him and whatever we had just left behind at that cemetery. She pointed out funny-looking street performers and colorful buildings, trying to coax him out of his shell. It was no use. He was gone. The happy, chatty 6-year-old was just absent. He walked where we led him, but his eyes were vacant. He was pale, a sickly, waxy pale, and he kept sniffling, little leftover shudders from his crying fit. Every now and then he'd glance back over his shoulder, his eyes scanning the crowd behind us with a frantic, hunted look. He'd squeeze my mum's hand, his knuckles white, and then look straight ahead again. I tried to tell my parents what had happened, but the words came out all jumbled. He heard chains and a voice, an old man, and then he saw a hand over my shoulder. It sounded ridiculous even to me. In the bright sunlight, surrounded by laughing tourists holding giant plastic cups of liquor, the whole thing felt like a bad dream. My dad gave me this look, a mix of skepticism and worry. Probably just a street performer, kiddo. You know, a spooky act for the tourists. But it wasn't. I knew it wasn't. Street performers don't make the air go cold. They don't have that smell and the sheer, unadulterated terror on Tommy's face. That wasn't from seeing a guy in a costume. That was a primal fear, the kind that bypasses the brain and goes straight to the gut. The rest of the day was a blur, but a really tense, awful blur. We went through the motions. We ate beignets covered in a mountain of powdered sugar, but Tommy just stared at his, making little patterns in the sugar with his finger. We listened to a jazz band, but Tommy flinched at the sudden blare of the trumpet. We walked through Jackson Square, and he kept his gaze locked on the ground, refusing to look at the artists or the tarot card readers. Every time we passed an alleyway or a shadowy doorway, I felt my own skin crawl. I kept checking over my shoulder, expecting to see that bony hand again or to hear the faint dragging sound of chains. The festive atmosphere of the French Quarter had curdled for me. The bright colors seemed garish, the music felt sinister, and the history of the place, which had seemed so charming before, now felt heavy and malevolent. Every old building felt like it was watching us. Every wrought iron balcony seemed like a cage for something unseen. I kept replaying the moment in my head, the sound of the chains, the texture of that voice, the specific, horrifying white of that hand, the way the cold felt, not like wind, but like a void, an absence of warmth. The way Tommy's fingers had felt like little vices around mine. These weren't the details of a story. They were the sensory memories of something that happened. As the sun started to go down, casting long, distorted shadows from the French architecture, the unease just grew. The streetlights flickered on, creating pools of jaundiced yellow light that didn't seem to penetrate the deepening gloom between the buildings. My parents decided to call it a day. The vacation vibe was officially ruined. We were all quiet on the walk back to the hotel, even my dad. Tommy was still holding my mum's hand, walking stiffly, his head on a swivel. We never talked about it again as a family. Not really. It became one of those things that was too weird and too scary to dissect. My parents would sometimes refer to it as, "that time Tommy got spooked in New Orleans," and they'd laugh it off lightly, but their eyes would meet, and there would be a flicker of something else. A shared knowledge that it was more than that. We never identified what it was. We didn't look up local legends or ghost tours about a chained old man. It felt too dangerous, like poking a sleeping bear. The memory was bad enough without putting a name or a story to it. It was just a ghost from the quarter that decided to show itself to a 6-year-old boy one hot afternoon. And that's the thing that haunts me the most even now. It's not the hand or the chains or the voice. It's the look on Tommy's face in that moment he saw it. It was a look of pure, uncomprehending horror. It was the look of someone seeing something that simply should not be, something that broke all the rules of the world he knew. He saw a crack in reality, and for a few seconds he stared right into it. He saw something from the other side of that crack reach through, and it reached for us. Story 10. I don't know how to start this, or even why I'm typing it out now. I'm a grown man, for Christ's sake. I have a job, a mortgage, all that normal stuff. But some things just stick with you, you know? They bury themselves deep in your bones, and no amount of time or logic can ever really dig them out. This is one of those things. We moved into that house when I was 6 years old. It was out in the country, the kind of place where the nearest neighbor was a half-mile down the road, and the night was so black and so quiet, it felt like you were the last person on earth. I liked it at first, the fields, the big old oak tree in the front yard, the way you could see every star in the sky. My parents were happy. They'd wanted a place with some land, a slower pace. They got a good deal on it too. I remember my dad saying that. I didn't understand then why a house so big and on so much land would be such a good deal. My bedroom was at the top of the stairs. The door faced the staircase head-on, so if you left it open, you could see right down into the dark of the first-floor hallway. I never liked leaving it open. It started maybe a month after we moved in. Just a small thing at first, something I could almost explain away. I'd be in bed, the house would be settled and silent, and I'd hear a noise. It wasn't a creak. Our old house had creaks. This was different. This was a sound with weight to it, a solid thud, then another, and another. It took me a few nights to realize what I was hearing. Footsteps. Someone was walking up the stairs. They were heavy, deliberate. The sound of a boot with a hard heel and sole, the kind a construction worker or a cop would wear. It wasn't the soft, shuffling sound of my dad in his slippers or my mom barefoot. This was a clomp, clomp, clomp that echoed in the hollow space of the stairwell. It was always the same. It would start at the very bottom, and I'd lie there frozen, my heart hammering against my ribs, and I'd count them. 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 13. 13 steps. They'd always stop on the landing right outside my door. The landing was just a small square of floor, maybe 3 feet by 3 feet, right at the top of the stairs, and my door was right there. The footsteps would stop, and then there would be nothing, just silence. A waiting silence. I'd pull the covers over my head and squeeze my eyes shut, praying for it to go away, for my parents to wake up, for anything. After a few minutes, the fear would just swallow me, and I'd fall into a fitful sleep. Every single night. At exactly 9 o'clock, I had a digital clock with red numbers on my nightstand. I'd watch it flip from 8:59 to 9 o'clock, and a few seconds later, it would begin. I told my parents, of course. What kid wouldn't? My mum would come in, sit on the edge of my bed and feel my forehead. She'd tell me it was just the house settling, or the furnace kicking on, or my imagination. My dad, more practical, would stomp up and down the stairs a few times, demonstrating all the different sounds the wood could make. "See, champ," he'd say, "it's just an old house. It talks." But it wasn't the house talking. I knew the sound of the house. This was something using the house, something walking in it. This went on for years, from 6 years old to 15, 9 years of my life, defined by that nightly climb up the stairs. It was the backdrop to my childhood. I'd do my homework with one ear, listening for the clock. I'd rush through my showers, terrified of being in the bathroom with the water running when it started, unable to hear if it was coming. I stopped having friends sleep over. One time, in 5th grade, my friend Kyle stayed over. We were in my room, playing with action figures on the floor, and it got close to 9. I got quiet. He asked what was wrong. I didn't know what to say. Then the clock changed, and a few seconds later, the first clomp from the bottom of the stairs. Kyle froze, his hand hovering over a G.I. Joe. "Dude," he whispered, "is that your dad?" I just shook my head, my throat too tight to speak. We listened as the boots climbed, step by step, 13 of them. They stopped on the landing. The house was dead quiet. Kyle's eyes were huge, fixed on my closed door. We sat there for what felt like an hour, not moving, not speaking. There was nothing but the sound of our own breathing. Finally, he whispered, "What is that?" "It happens every night," I whispered back. He never stayed over again. He didn't even really talk to me much after that. I think I scared him, or he thought I was crazy. Either way, I learned to keep it to myself. As I got older, the fear curdled into something else, a deep, simmering anger mixed with a desperate need to know. I was tired of being terrorized in my own home. I was 15. I wasn't a little kid anymore. I decided I was going to face it. The plan formed in my head over a few weeks. I was going to leave my door open. I was going to watch the stairs. I was going to see what or who was making that sound. The logic was simple. If I could see it, I could deal with it. Maybe it was a trick of the house, a weird acoustic thing. Maybe it was an animal. Maybe it was something else, but seeing it would be better than the endless, unseen dread. That night, I didn't get ready for bed. I put on my jeans and a t-shirt. I sat on the floor, my back against the wall, facing the open doorway and the dark void of the stairwell beyond. The red numbers on my clock glowed. 8:50, 8:55. My mouth was dry. My hands were sweating. I wiped them on my jeans. This was a stupid idea. This was the stupidest idea I had ever had. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to shut the door, to get in bed, to hide under the covers like I had for 9 years, but I couldn't. I was so tired of it. I had to know. 8:59. My heart was beating so hard I could feel it in my ears. The air in the room felt thick, heavy. I held my breath. The clock flipped to 9 o'clock. Silence. For a long moment, there was nothing. Maybe it wasn't going to happen. Maybe tonight was the night it finally stopped. A tiny, foolish spark of hope flickered in my chest. Then it came. Clomp. The first step from the bottom of the stairs. The sound was exactly the same as it had always been. Heavy, solid, real. Clomp. Second step. I was frozen in place, my eyes glued to the open doorway. The hallway at the bottom of the stairs was pitch black. I couldn't see anything down there. Clomp. Third step. My breath hitched. I was counting in my head automatically. 4, 5, 6. Each step was louder now that the door was open. The sound wasn't muffled by the wood of my door. It echoed up the stairwell, crisp and horrifying. I could hear the grain of the wood groaning under the weight, a slight squeak on the 7th step that I'd never noticed before. 7, 8, 9. I was leaning forward, my fists clenched, my whole body a tight wire of tension. I was staring right at the top of the stairs, at the empty landing. I was going to see it. I was going to see what had been haunting me for most of my life. 10, 11. The steps were closer now, right near the top. The sound was deafening in the quiet house. I could almost feel the vibration through the floor. 12. A footfall on the step just below the landing. My eyes were wide open, unblinking. I was taking in every detail. The worn pattern on the hall carpet, the chipped paint on the door frame across the landing, the empty space where the footsteps were happening. Clomp. 13. The final step. The sound was right there on the landing, just inches from my open doorway. The sound of 2 boots settling their weight on the wooden floor of the landing. I was looking right at it. There was nothing there. The landing was empty, completely, utterly empty. A bare square of floor, illuminated by the faint reddish glow from my bedroom clock. But I could hear it. The sound was there, physically there, vibrating in the air. I could smell it too. A sudden faint odor of damp earth and old leather, a smell that hadn't been there a second before. My brain broke. It simply couldn't process what was happening. My eyes were reporting an empty landing. My ears were reporting a large, heavy presence standing on it. Both were true. Both were absolutely, undeniably true. The contradiction was like a physical blow to my head, and then I realized something else. It had stopped. It wasn't walking away. It was just standing there. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it. I could feel a space in the world being occupied, a pressure in the air, a coldness that seeped out from the landing and into my room. It was standing right there, and it knew my door was open. It knew I was watching. It was standing there, and it was looking back at me. The terror that washed over me wasn't the scared of the dark fear I was used to. This was primal. This was the feeling of a prey animal that has just locked eyes with the predator. My body went cold. The sweat on my back turned to ice. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I couldn't even look away. I started counting again, silently, a desperate, internal scream. I counted the seconds it stood there. 1, 2, 3. I got to 47. Nothing moved. The house was silent except for the low hum of the refrigerator downstairs. The smell of wet dirt got stronger. My vision started to tunnel, the edges going dark. I was hyperventilating, but no air seemed to be getting to my lungs. The empty landing swam in front of my eyes. The pressure in the air grew heavier, pushing down on me. I was going to pass out. I knew I was going to pass out. The last thing I remember is the overwhelming certainty that if I did, if my eyes closed, it would step into my room. I woke up on my floor hours later, stiff and cold. The first grey light of dawn was filtering through my window. My head was pounding. For a second, I didn't remember what had happened. Then it all crashed back. The door was shut. I hadn't shut it. I had passed out with it wide open, but now it was closed, just like it always was every other morning. I scrambled up, my body aching, and yanked it open. The landing was just a landing. The morning sun was hitting the wall at the bottom of the stairs. Everything was normal. I ran to my parents' room. They were still asleep. I woke my mum up, babbling, trying to tell her what happened, about the door, about seeing nothing. She was half asleep, annoyed. "You must have shut it in your sleep, honey. You had a bad dream." "It wasn't a dream," I shouted, my voice cracking. My dad woke up then and told me to calm down. They didn't believe me. They never heard anything. They never would. That was the last time I ever tried to confront it. I went back to the routine. The door stayed shut. At 9 o'clock, the footsteps would climb, stop, and I would lie there in the dark, knowing with a cold, sick certainty that there was something on the other side of that door, something that knew I was there, something that had, for one moment, acknowledged me back. We lived in that house for 3 more years. The footsteps never changed, never missed a night. Then the summer I turned 18, my parents decided to do some renovations. They were going to redo the staircase. They tore out the old wooden steps and the landing, replacing them with a modern open-plan set of stairs made of lighter wood and metal railings. It looked nice, brighter. The first night after the old stairs were gone, I lay in my bed, waiting. 9 o'clock came, and then nothing. Silence. I waited for the sound. I listened so hard, my ears hurt, but there was no clomp, no heavy boots, no 13 steps. Nothing. It never happened again. We moved out a year later for unrelated reasons, but the phenomenon had already ended. It was tied to those old stairs or the landing, or something we destroyed without ever knowing. I'm an adult now. I have a family of my own. We live in a new-build house with no history, no strange noises. But sometimes, late at night, if I'm coming up from the basement or checking on the kids, I'll find myself standing at the bottom of a flight of stairs, just listening, and for a split second my heart will stop, and I'll be that 15-year-old boy again, staring at an empty landing, waiting for a sound that never comes, yet knowing with every fiber of my being that for 9 years something was definitely there. Something climbed those stairs every single night and stood outside my door, and I will never, ever know what it was. Story 11. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or anything like that, but what happened to me back when I was 14 years old, in the late summer of 1996, still messes with my head. I grew up in North Alabama, right near the Tennessee River, in an area that was mostly woods and old back roads. It was the kind of place where you knew everyone for miles, and nothing ever really changed. That day, though, everything felt different, and I can't shake the feeling that we stumbled into something we weren't supposed to see. It was a hot, sticky afternoon, the kind where the air feels thick and heavy, and you can smell the river mud and pine trees mixing together. My friend and I had been out riding his ATV for hours, just killing time before school started up again. We were bored, like kids get in the late summer, and we decided to take the long way back to our family's cabin, which meant cutting through Willow Road. That road was always a little creepy, narrow with overgrown trees hanging over it, and it ran right past this tiny, forgotten cemetery that most people avoided. Nobody really talked about why. It was just one of those places that felt off, you know? The graves were old, some of them dating back to the 1800s, and they were all weathered and tilted, like the ground was swallowing them up. We were on the ATV, bouncing along the dirt path, with the engine buzzing loud in our ears. I was holding on tight to the back, and my friend was driving, both of us sweating through our t-shirts. The sun was starting to dip lower, casting long shadows through the trees, and the light had that golden, hazy quality that makes everything look a little unreal. As we came around a bend, we saw him, a man sitting on a concrete block right at the edge of the cemetery where the grass met the woods. He was African American, but his skin wasn't right. It was ashen, almost grey, like he'd been dusted with powder or something. He was wearing faded denim overalls with no shirt underneath, and he was barefoot, his feet just resting on the dirt. What got me most was his face, completely emotionless, like he was carved out of stone. He wasn't moving, not even blinking, just staring straight ahead at nothing. We slowed down a bit, and I remember feeling a weird mix of curiosity and unease. It wasn't normal to see someone out here, especially not like that. Most folks around here waved or nodded if you passed them, but this guy didn't even seem to notice we were there. Without thinking, I raised my hand and waved, just a small, hesitant gesture. My friend did the same, but the man didn't react at all. No nod, no shift in expression, nothing. It was like we were invisible. The air around us felt colder suddenly, and I got goosebumps on my arms, even though it was still hot out. We kept riding, but I couldn't stop looking back over my shoulder until he was out of sight. My friend muttered something like, "That was weird," and I just nodded, feeling a knot tighten in my stomach. We didn't talk much after that, just focused on getting to the cabin. It was only about a 5-minute ride away, tucked back in the trees near the river. We needed to fill up some water jugs for my dad, who was working on fixing up an old shed nearby. When we pulled up, the cabin looked quiet and normal, with the screen door squeaking as we went inside. I remember the smell of wood smoke and dampness, and the way the floorboards creaked under our feet. We grabbed the jugs from the kitchen, filled them at the sink, and headed back out. The whole time, I couldn't stop thinking about that man. His empty eyes, the way he seemed frozen in place. It couldn't have been more than 10 minutes later when we rode back to the cemetery. The sun was lower now, and the shadows were deeper, making the place feel even more isolated. As we approached the spot where we'd seen him, my heart started beating faster. I kept expecting to see him there, but when we got closer, the concrete block was gone. Just gone. The area where he'd been sitting was empty, nothing but packed dirt and a few scattered leaves. I felt a cold jolt run through me, and my friend hit the brakes hard, the ATV skidding a little in the gravel. We both jumped off and started looking around like maybe he'd just moved or something, but there was no sign of him, no footprints, no disturbed brush, nothing. The concrete block had been heavy, solid. I remembered how it looked, rough and grey, probably weighing a couple 100 pounds. There was no way someone could have moved it quickly, especially not into the thick woods nearby without making a sound. The undergrowth was dense with thorns and vines, and it would have taken effort to push through, let alone carry something that heavy. But there wasn't a broken branch or a crushed plant in sight. It was like he and the block had never been there at all. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. Maybe we imagined it? But no. We both saw him clear as day. We stood there for what felt like forever, just staring at the empty spot, and the silence around us was deafening. The usual sounds of birds and insects had faded away, leaving only the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. I could feel the hair on the back of my neck standing up, and my hands were shaking. My friend kept saying, "Where did he go?" How is this possible? But neither of us had an answer. We decided to ride over to where my dad was working, about a quarter-mile down the road. He was up on a ladder, hammering away at the shed roof, and he looked down when he heard us coming. I shouted up to him, asking if he'd seen anyone around. A man in overalls, maybe. He wiped sweat from his forehead and shook his head. "Haven't seen a soul all day," he said. "Why? You kids causing trouble?" We told him what we saw, and he just laughed it off, saying we probably saw a shadow or something. But I could tell he was a little uneasy too, because he kept glancing toward the cemetery like he expected to see something. Riding back home after that, the fear really started to sink in. The sky was turning purple with dusk, and the trees looked like dark skeletons against it. Every little noise made me jump, a twig snapping, the distant call of an owl. I couldn't stop picturing that man's face, how lifeless it was, and the way he vanished without a trace. It wasn't just scary, it was wrong, like we'd witnessed something that wasn't meant for us. My friend dropped me off at my house, and we didn't say much, just a quick "see you later" before he took off. I went inside, and the normalcy of everything, the TV on in the living room, my mom cooking dinner, felt surreal. I kept looking out the window, half expecting to see him standing there in the yard. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him sitting on that block, his skin ashen, his eyes empty. I replayed it over and over in my head, trying to find some logical explanation, but there wasn't one. The block was too heavy to move quickly, the area too quiet for anyone to have slipped away unnoticed. And why would someone be out there like that, barefoot and shirtless, in the middle of nowhere? It didn't add up. The terror wasn't just about what we saw, it was about what it meant, that there are things in this world that don't make sense, things that linger in places like Willow Road, waiting to be seen. Even now, years later, I get chills thinking about it. I've never gone back to that cemetery, and I avoid Willow Road if I can. Sometimes I wonder if we were the only ones who saw him, or if others have stories like mine, but I'll never know for sure. All I have is that day burned into my memory, and the feeling that we crossed paths with something that wasn't supposed to be there, something that maybe never left. Story 12. My phone buzzed on the coffee table, a text from Teresa. "On my way, stopping for milk. See you soon." I texted back a heart emoji and settled in. I remember feeling perfectly normal, just another Tuesday. About 20 minutes later, I got this weird cold feeling in my stomach. Not a cramp, nothing like that. It was more like a sudden dip, the kind you get on a roller coaster. But there was no reason for it. I just felt watchful. I muted the TV and listened. Nothing. Just the hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. I shook it off, told myself I was being stupid. But that cold spot in my gut wouldn't go away. Then I saw the headlights sweep across the living room window as Teresa's car turned onto our street. I felt a little wave of relief. "See? She's home. Everything's fine." I got up to go unlock the front door for her. Our house is the last one on a dead-end street, surrounded by woods on 3 sides. It's usually peaceful, but at night it can feel a little isolated. The street light at the end of our driveway flickers sometimes, and that night it was doing its little strobe light dance. I saw her car, her little blue Honda, coming down the street. It was moving at a normal speed. And then, just as the headlights lit up the short stretch of road right before our driveway, the car just stopped. I don't mean she hit the brakes, I mean the headlights died. The engine sound, which I could just barely hear, cut out completely. It was sudden, absolute. 1 second it was a functioning car. The next, it was a silent, dark hunk of metal coasting forward. My brain took a second to catch up. I thought maybe she'd stalled it, but Teresa's a good driver, and that car had never stalled on her before. It just rolled, eerily quiet, like a ghost ship, and glided perfectly into our driveway, coming to a stop exactly where she always parks it. The second the car stopped rolling, the headlights snapped back on, and I heard the engine turn over with a healthy, normal purr. I was already at the front door, my hand on the knob, confused. I saw her silhouette inside and she wasn't moving. She was just sitting there, gripping the steering wheel. I opened the door and stepped out onto the porch. "Teresa?" I called out. She didn't look at me. Her head was tilted forward like she was staring at something on the dashboard, but I could tell she wasn't really seeing it. I walked down the driveway, the cool night air raising goosebumps on my arms. I tapped on her window. She jumped so hard she banged her elbow on the door. Her face, when she turned to look at me, was a color I have never seen on a living person. It was white, pure white, like paper. Her eyes were huge, wide open, the pupils so big they'd swallowed up the green of her irises. She was breathing in these short, ragged little pants, like she'd just sprinted a mile. She fumbled for the button, and the window slid down halfway. The smell of her perfume, the one she's worn for years, mixed with the sharp, coppery scent of pure fear. "Hey," I said, my voice softer now. "You okay? What happened? Did the car stall?" She just shook her head, a quick, jerky movement. Her hands were shaking so badly she could barely get the key out of the ignition. I heard the thunk of the locks disengaging and I pulled the door open. "The car," she whispered. Her voice was thin, stretched tight. It turned off. "I saw that. Did it just die?" "No," she said. And now she looked at me, and the terror in her eyes was so raw it made my own breath catch. It was turned off, everything. The radio, the lights, the engine, everything just went black and silent. "Okay, that's weird, but we can get it looked at tomorrow," I said, trying to be the calm one, trying to ground this in something logical, something fixable. "Come on inside. You're shaking." She didn't move. She was staring past me, back out at the road. "There was someone there," she whispered. My blood went cold. "Someone? What do you mean? Did someone try to stop you?" My mind went to the worst places, a carjacking, someone with a weapon. She shook her head again, still staring at the empty road. "No, not like that. It was in the road, right before the driveway, in my headlights." I looked where she was looking. The street was empty. The flickering streetlight illuminated a patch of asphalt, some fallen leaves skittering in the breeze. Nothing else. "Teresa, honey, there's no one there now. What did you see?" She took a deep, shuddering breath, like it was the first one she'd taken since it happened. "It was crouched down in the middle of the lane. It was white, not like clothing white. It was pale, like bone, or something else." My skin started to crawl. A person. Was it a person? "I don't know," she said, and her voice broke. It was all folded in on itself, like it was kneeling or squatting, and it was holding something, a bag, a dark bag, like a sack, clutched in its hands. I kept staring at the road, half expecting to see something, but there was nothing, just the normal, quiet darkness of our street. And then, as I got closer, she continued, her words coming faster now, tumbling out. "It started to uncurl, not stand up. It was too slow for that. It was like it was unfolding limb by limb. And that's when when everything went dead. The lights died right as I was looking at it, and the car just glided. I couldn't steer, I couldn't brake, I couldn't do anything. I just coasted right past it in the dark and rolled into the driveway." She finally turned to look at me, and the sheer, unvarnished horror on her face was something I will never forget. "Mark," she said, her voice dropping to a terrified hush. "I think I saw a ghost." That word, in our quiet, ordinary driveway, felt like a physical blow. We're not superstitious people. We don't watch horror movies. We talk about taxes and grocery lists and what to plant in the garden. Ghosts aren't part of our vocabulary. I helped her out of the car. Her legs were wobbly. I put my arm around her and practically carried her into the house. She was ice cold. I sat her down on the couch, wrapped a blanket around her, and got her a glass of water. Her hands were shaking so much she could barely hold it. I locked the front door, then went around and checked all the windows, something I never do. The house felt different now, smaller. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper, more deliberate. We sat in silence for a long time. The TV was still on mute, showing some infomercial for a blender. The cheerful, soundless host smiling maniacally at nothing. It was surreal. After a while, she started talking again, her voice a little steadier, but still haunted. "This has happened before," she said quietly. "What has?" "The car." "No, not the car. The feeling. That cold feeling in my stomach right before. I got it tonight, just before I turned onto our street. I didn't think anything of it. I just thought it was indigestion from the crappy meeting sandwiches. I remembered the cold dip in my own stomach right before her headlights had appeared. A coincidence. It had to be. I get that feeling sometimes," she went on, staring into her water glass. "And then things happen, or I see things not like this, never like this, but little things." "Like what?" I asked, my throat dry. "Like at my mum's house after the funeral. I kept getting that feeling in the basement, and I'd see a shadow move out of the corner of my eye. I thought it was just grief. Or at the old antique store downtown. I got it so bad I had to leave, and I felt like someone was breathing on the back of my neck the whole time." She looked at me, her eyes pleading for me to understand, to believe her. I think I might be sensitive to them, to spirits." Hearing her say that, in our living room, with the blanket wrapped around her and her face still pale, it didn't sound crazy. It sounded like the most terrifying truth I had ever heard. We finally went to bed, but neither of us slept. We just lay there in the dark, listening. Every sound from outside, a branch scraping the roof, the distant cry of a fox, made us both tense up. I held her hand, and it was still cold. The next morning, the sun came up like nothing had happened. The world was bright and normal. Teresa's color was back, but her eyes were tired, with dark circles underneath. We didn't talk about it over coffee. It was too big, too strange for the morning light. I went out to look at the car. I started it up. It purred perfectly. I turned on the radio, the headlights, the AC. Everything worked flawlessly. There were no error codes on the dash. Nothing. I got out and looked at the spot on the road where she said she saw it. There were no marks, no footprints, nothing out of the ordinary. Just asphalt and a few wet leaves. We tried to go about our day. I went to work. She called in sick. When I came home, she was in the kitchen making dinner, but she was jumpy. She dropped a spoon and yelped. Later that night, we were sitting in the living room again, trying to watch a sitcom, but the laughter from the TV felt wrong, insulting almost. The silence between us was heavy, and then Teresa went very still. She was looking past me, towards the front window. The color drained from her face again. "Mark," she whispered. I turned. Outside, standing under the flickering streetlight at the end of our driveway, was a figure. It was white. Not bright white, but a dull, bone-like pale in the erratic light. It was crouched, just like she'd said, its form folded and unnatural. It was facing away from us, down the dead-end street, towards the woods. And clutched in its hands was a dark bag, a sack that seemed to absorb the light around it. My heart just stopped. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. It was real. It was right there. We both sat frozen on the couch, staring. The figure didn't move. It was just a still, pale shape in the dancing light, and then as we watched, it slowly began to turn its head. It wasn't a human movement. It was too fluid, too seamless, like a machine, or something that had forgotten how a body should work. It was turning to look back at us, at our house, at our brightly lit window. I don't know what came over me. Panic, pure and simple. I lunged for the lamp on the side table and yanked the cord from the wall. The living room plunged into darkness. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it would break. Teresa's hand found mine in the dark, her grip vice-tight. We sat there in the black silence, not daring to move, not daring to breathe. I could hear the blood roaring in my ears. After what felt like an eternity, I dared to creep towards the window and peer around the edge of the curtain. The streetlight was still flickering. The road underneath it was empty. There was nothing there. We never saw it again. We never talked about it after that night. It's been 6 months. Teresa still gets those cold feelings in her stomach sometimes, and when she does, we both just go quiet and wait for it to pass. The car has never had another electrical problem. We still live in the house, but sometimes late at night, if I'm taking the trash out or something, I'll catch myself staring at that flickering streetlight, at that exact spot on the road, and I'll feel that cold dip in my stomach all over again, and I'll hurry back inside, locking the door behind me, knowing that we saw something that night that we can never explain. Something that looked back at us, and that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed again. Story 13. Okay, so I've never really shared this with anyone outside the crew, but I need to get it out. Writing it down might help, I don't know. This happened about 3 years ago, but it feels like yesterday. I'm a firefighter, have been for over a decade now, and you'd think you get used to the close calls, but this one stuck with me. It was the day my air pack decided to quit on me in the middle of a raging fire. I've had other scary moments, like the time a roof and wall came down on me, but that day, the suffocating heat and the absolute certainty that I was going to die. It's something I can't shake. It was a Tuesday, middle of August, and the heat outside was already brutal. You know how it gets in the summer, sticky, humid. The kind of day where just walking to the truck makes you sweat. We were at the station just finishing up some maintenance on the engines when the alarm blared. It was for a warehouse fire on the industrial side of town. Not unusual, those places go up fast, and they're nasty with all the chemicals and crap stored inside. We suited up, jumped in the rig, and headed out. The drive was maybe 10 minutes, but it felt longer because we could see the black smoke billowing up from miles away. Thick, oily smoke that meant this wasn't just some trash fire. When we pulled up, the whole block was chaos. Flames were shooting out of the roof, windows shattered from the heat and the sound. It's this roaring like a beast eating everything in its path. The chief was on the radio, barking orders, and we got our assignments. My team was on interior attack, which meant we were going inside to try and knock it down from the source. We've done it 100 times, but every time there's this little knot in your stomach. You never know what you're walking into. I remember checking my gear before we went in. My air pack, the SCBA we call it, felt heavy on my back, but it was familiar. I did the usual checks. Tank pressure was good, regulator was working, mask seal was tight, everything seemed fine. We paired up, me and my buddy, though I won't use names here. We always work in teams, watch each other's backs. We hooked up the hose line and started toward the entrance. The heat hit us like a wall, even before we crossed the threshold. It's not just hot. It's this dry, searing heat that sucks the moisture right out of your skin. You're sweating, but it evaporates instantly, leaving you feeling baked. Inside, it was pitch black, except for the flames. Your helmet light only cuts so far through the smoke, and it's this thick, choking fog that smells like burned plastic and chemicals. We were crawling low, staying under the smoke layer, moving slow because you can't see more than a foot in front of you. The floor was slick with water from the hoses, and debris was everywhere. Fallen beams, melted stuff I couldn't even identify. We could hear the fire crackling above us, the structure groaning like it was in pain. Every now and then, something would crash down in the distance and you'd flinch, hoping it wasn't coming your way. We made it about 50 feet in, aiming for where the fire was supposed to be the worst. I was breathing steady through my mask, the air cool and clean from the tank. It's this weird contrast. Outside the mask, it's hell. Inside, you've got this little bubble of safety, or so you think. That's when it happened. I took a step, and my regulator made this clicking sound. Not loud, just a little tick, but I felt it. Then, the airflow started to stutter. It wasn't cutting out completely at first, just coming in bursts, like it was struggling. I tapped my gauge. The pressure was dropping fast, way faster than it should. My heart started pounding. I tried to stay calm, told myself it was a glitch, maybe just needed a reset. I signaled to my partner, but he was focused on the hose, didn't notice right away. I stopped moving, tried to clear the regulator the way we're trained, but nothing changed. The air got thinner, and then it just stopped completely. One moment I was breathing, the next I was sucking on nothing. Panic hit me like a physical blow. I ripped my mask off for a second, thinking maybe it was clogged, but that was stupid. The smoke rushed in, thick and acidic, burning my throat and lungs. I coughed so hard I thought I'd vomit. I shoved the mask back on, but still no air. My chest tightened, and I could feel my vision starting to blur. The heat, which had been bad before, now felt like it was cooking me alive. Sweat poured down my face, mixing with the soot, stinging my eyes. I dropped to my knees, fumbling with the pack, trying to remember the emergency procedures. My fingers were clumsy, shaking. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and loud in the silence of the mask, but no air was coming in. It's this awful, suffocating feeling, like someone sitting on your chest and you're drowning on dry land. I started seeing spots, little flashes of light in the darkness. My thoughts scrambled. I thought about my wife, my kids, how I'd never see them again. It wasn't dramatic, just this cold, clear certainty. This is it. I'm going to die here, in this burning building, and no one will even know until it's too late. The heat was unbearable. I could feel it through my turnout gear, like I was inside an oven. The fabric was hot to the touch, and my skin underneath felt like it was blistering. Every breath I tried to take was a struggle, my lungs burning for oxygen that wasn't there. I remember the sound of the fire getting louder, closer, like it was feeding on my panic. The groans of the building turned into sharp cracks, and I knew the structure was failing. Part of me wanted to just lie down, give up, because fighting felt useless. But some instinct kicked in, maybe training, maybe sheer stubbornness. I started crawling backward, toward where I thought the exit was, dragging the hose with me because letting go meant losing my only guide. My partner finally noticed I wasn't right. He turned, saw me on the ground, and his eyes went wide through his mask. He grabbed my arm, tried to pull me up, but I was dead weight. I pointed to my air pack, shook my head. He understood immediately. He radioed for help, but the transmission was garbled. Static and noise. The fire was too loud. He hooked his arm under mine and started dragging me out. Every movement was agony. My lungs felt like they were collapsing, and the heat was so intense I could taste metal in my mouth, like blood or something worse. The smoke was thicker now, black and oily, coating my throat even though I wasn't breathing it in properly. We didn't get far before I passed out, or at least I think I did. Everything went fuzzy, and the next thing I knew I was outside, on the ground, with guys pouring water on me. Someone had ripped my mask off and I was gasping, choking on fresh air. It burned almost as bad as the smoke because my lungs were so raw. I coughed up black phlegm, my whole body shaking. They got me on oxygen and the world slowly came back into focus. The sky was blue above me, but all I could see was the memory of that darkness, that heat. I spent the rest of the day in the hospital getting checked out. Minor burns, smoke inhalation, but nothing permanent, physically at least. Mentally, it's a different story. That feeling of suffocation, the certainty of death, it's etched into me. I went back to work after a couple of weeks because what else am I going to do? But now, every time I suit up, I check my air pack 3-4 times. I get this cold sweat when I hear that clicking sound, even if it's just the radio. And sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I'll wake up gasping, thinking I'm back in that fire with no air and no way out. The weirdest part is, they never figured out why the pack failed. The investigation said it was a freak malfunction, a 1 in a million thing, but it happened to me, and I can't explain why I made it out when it felt so certain I wouldn't. It's just this gap in my memory, from when I passed out to when I woke up outside. I don't know how my partner got me through that, or if something else helped. All I know is that day changed me. I appreciate life more, sure, but the fear, it's always there, like a shadow, and I still don't have answers. Story 14. It was the 3rd week of August, and the whole reason we'd driven out to the middle of nowhere in Wyoming was to get away from everything. My cousin and I, we'd been planning this camping trip since spring. We both had jobs that just sucked the life out of you, you know, all fluorescent lights and computer screens. This was supposed to be our reset. We were deep in the Yellowstone area, but way off the main tourist trails, in this little dirt clearing we'd found a couple years back. It was our spot. Felt like we were the only 2 people on the planet. The day had been perfect. Hot, but that dry heat that doesn't stick to your skin. We'd set up the tent, a simple 2-man dome thing, and spent the afternoon fishing in a creek that was so cold it made your teeth ache. We didn't catch anything, but it didn't matter. We built a fire as the sun went down. The kind of fire that crackles and spits embers, that float up into a sky so packed with stars it looked fake. We'd cooked hot dogs on sticks, the way you do when you're a kid, burning the outside and still having the inside be a little cold. We were just talking about nothing and everything, life, stupid movies, old family stories we only half remembered. It must have been around 10 o'clock when we decided to turn in. The fire was just a bed of glowing orange coals, and the woods had gotten that deep, quiet chill that settles in after dark. We climbed into the car, my old Jeep Cherokee, to get our pillows and the heavier sleeping bags from the back seat. We were just leaning in, rummaging around in the dark when it started. It was a sound first, a low hum, but not like an engine. It was smoother than that, almost like a giant piece of fabric being ripped slowly in the sky, a deep, vibrating whoosh. It came from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't loud, not at first, but it was so out of place that it just froze you. I stopped, my hand on a sleeping bag, and looked at my cousin. He'd frozen too, his head cocked to the side. "You hear that?" he whispered. I just nodded. My heart was already starting to thump a little harder in my chest, that primal rhythm you don't control. We both straightened up and looked out the car windows. At first there was nothing, just the black shapes of trees against a slightly less black sky. Then I saw it. A light. A single small point of blue light, moving between the trees maybe 100 yards away. It wasn't a flashlight beam. It was a perfect sphere, and the blue was like nothing I'd ever seen. It wasn't the blue of a flame or an LED. It was a deep, electric, almost liquid blue, and it seemed to glow from within itself. It moved without a sound, just that steady, underlying whooshing noise that was still there, like a background track to a nightmare. "What the hell is that?" my cousin said, his voice tight. I didn't have an answer. We were both just staring, our breath starting to fog the inside of the car windows. Then another one appeared, and another. Within maybe 20 seconds, there were 6 or 7 of them, maybe more. They emerged from the tree line and started to move towards the clearing, towards us. They weren't floating erratically. They moved with a purpose, a slow, deliberate intent that made the hair on my arm stand straight up. They started to circle the car, not the campsite, not the tent. The car, our Jeep. They moved in a wide, lazy loop, maybe 20 feet out, and as they did, the whooshing sound got louder. It wasn't deafening, but it was pervasive. It vibrated in my teeth, in the bones of my skull. I could feel it in the soles of my feet through the floor of the car. My cousin and I were crouched in the back seat now, having scrambled away from the doors. We weren't talking anymore. There was nothing to say. This wasn't a bear. This wasn't some other hiker playing a prank. This was something else entirely, something that felt wrong in a way that goes deeper than fear. It felt like a violation of physics, of reality itself. Then the car started to shake. It was a gentle vibration at first, like when a big truck drives by your house, but there were no trucks out here. We were miles from any paved road. The vibration grew steadily into a proper shake. The rearview mirror started jiggling. The loose change I had in the cup holder began to rattle and dance. I could feel the whole chassis shuddering. The blue orbs were still circling, and their light pulsed slightly in time with the shaking, casting these weird, moving blue shadows all through the interior of the Jeep. I remember grabbing the back of the passenger seat headrest, my knuckles turning white. The shaking wasn't violent, but it was constant and powerful, like the car was being gripped by a giant invisible hand, and rattled. I looked at my cousin. His face was pale, washed in that eerie blue glow. His eyes were wide, but he wasn't looking at the orbs anymore. He was staring straight ahead, through the windshield, at something else. His mouth was slightly open, and he was breathing in these short, sharp little gasps. He looked like he was seeing a ghost, more than a ghost. The triangles, he choked out. His voice was a dry rasp. Do you see the triangles? I followed his gaze. At first I didn't see anything but the dark tree line and the circling orbs, but then, as my eyes adjusted, I saw it. Or I saw something. It's so hard to describe, and I know it sounds crazy. In the air, right above the hood of the car, the space itself seemed to be tessellating. That's the word he used later, and it's the only one that fits. It was like looking at a honeycomb, but made of faint shimmering lines of darker dark, forming a pattern of interlocking triangles that hung in the air. It wasn't a solid object. It was a pattern imposed on the emptiness, a grid of something that shouldn't be there. It was flickering, almost like a heat haze, but geometric, perfectly, terrifyingly geometric. I couldn't look at it for long. It made my head hurt, made my stomach lurch. It was like my brain was trying to process something it had no file for. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, but when I opened them it was still there, pulsing in time with the whooshing sound and the shaking of the car. The fear at that point wasn't even a feeling anymore. It was a state of being. It was every molecule in my body screaming. My skin was crawling. Cold sweat was soaking through my t-shirt under my jacket. I could smell my own fear, a sharp, metallic smell. My cousin and I were pressed against each other in the footwell of the back seat, our arms locked around each other. We were two grown men, but we were holding on to each other like little kids. It was the only thing that felt remotely solid in a world that was coming apart. I could feel him trembling, a fine, constant vibration that matched the shaking of the car. Or maybe I was the one trembling, and I was just feeling myself through him. I don't know. I kept thinking, this is it. This is how we die. Not in a crash, not from an animal, but from this silent blue shaking geometry. No one will ever believe it. No one will ever know. The noise seemed to be getting inside the car now, not just through the windows, but through the metal itself. The whooshing was a physical pressure in my ears. I remember the specific, mundane detail of an empty plastic water bottle rolling back and forth under the driver's seat. Its crinkling sound a tiny, insane counterpoint to the overwhelming weirdness happening outside. I dared to look at the orbs again. They were closer now. Their circuit had tightened. They were maybe 10 feet from the car. The blue light was so bright it was painful to look at directly, but you couldn't look away. It felt like they were looking back, not with eyes, but with a kind of intelligence, a cold, alien curiosity. They were studying us. The car was their specimen jar, and we were the bugs trapped inside. The shaking intensified for a moment, a sudden jolt that made the whole Jeep groan. I heard something in the glove box fall over. My cousin let out a small, choked sound, almost a whimper. He had buried his face in my shoulder, but I was still staring, paralyzed, at the tessellating pattern. It seemed to be rotating slowly, the triangles folding into and out of each other in a way that made no sense. It was like watching a fourth-dimensional object being projected into our three-dimensional space, and my brain was short-circuiting trying to make sense of it. Time lost all meaning. It could have been 30 seconds. It could have been 10 minutes. There was no way to measure it. The world had been reduced to this blue-lit, shaking, whooshing, geometric nightmare. And then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The whooshing sound didn't fade. It just cut out completely. The silence that rushed in was so absolute, it was louder than the noise had been. It was a heavy, ringing silence that pressed in on my eardrums. The shaking stopped at the exact same instant. The car settled with a final faint creak. The rattling coins went still. The blue orbs didn't dim or fly away. They vanished. One moment they were there, 7 points of impossible blue light circling us. The next moment, they were gone. Not even an after-image on my retina. It was as if someone had flipped a switch. The tessellating triangles above the hood winked out of existence a split second later. The space where they had been was just empty, normal night air. The sudden transition was so jarring it felt like a physical blow. My body, which had been braced for whatever was coming, suddenly had nothing to push against. I felt dizzy, disoriented. The only light now was the faint cold starlight filtering through the windows. For a long time, neither of us moved. We just stayed there, huddled together in the back footwell, listening to the sound of our own ragged breathing. The normal night sounds, the chirping of crickets, the distant call of an owl, were gone. The forest was as silent and stunned as we were. Slowly, carefully, I untangled myself from my cousin. My muscles were stiff and sore, as if I'd been in a fight. I pushed myself up onto the back seat, my heart still hammering against my ribs. I peered out the window. Nothing. Just the dark, silent trees. The coals of our fire were still a dull orange smudge in the pit. My cousin sat up too. He ran a hand over his face. He looked exhausted, aged. "You saw it too, right?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "The triangles, you saw them." "I saw something," I managed to say. My own voice was a stranger's. "I don't know what I saw." We didn't sleep in the tent that night. We didn't sleep at all. We sat in the front seats of the Jeep, with the doors locked, and stared out into the darkness until the sky began to turn from black to grey in the east. We didn't talk much. What was there to say? We'd both witnessed it. We'd both felt the car shake, heard the whooshing, seen the blue orbs. He'd seen the tessellating pattern clearer than I had. But I'd seen enough to know it was real. We packed up our camp at first light, moving quickly and without speaking. We didn't even make coffee. We just threw everything, tent and all, into the back of the Jeep in a messy heap and got the hell out of there. We drove for hours in silence, just watching the wilderness give way to ranches, then to the highway. We've talked about it a few times since then, always in hushed tones, always with that same feeling of disbelief and dread. We Googled everything we could think of: ball lightning, swamp gas, military experiments. Nothing fits. Not the coordinated movement, not the perfect silence of their appearance and disappearance, not the shaking of the car, and definitely not the tessellating triangles. That was 5 years ago. My cousin doesn't go camping anymore. I've tried a few times, but I never go alone, and I never, ever go back to that part of Wyoming. Sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night and the house is quiet, I think I can almost hear it again. That low, vibrating whoosh. And I see, for just a flash behind my eyelids, that liquid blue light and the ghost of those perfect, impossible triangles hanging in the air where they shouldn't be. And I remember what it feels like when the world you know just stops making sense. Story 15. I'd planned to hike out to a smaller cluster of homes on the outskirts, a place not even properly on the map, to speak with an elder about a local legend involving scorpions. My bag was heavy with my recorder, a couple of notebooks and 2 bottles of water. I remember the strap digging into my shoulder, a familiar, almost comforting pain. To get to the village, I had to cut through a stretch of scrub forest. It wasn't a dense jungle, more like a sparse collection of thorny trees and dry bushes, the earth cracked and pale. I'd done the walk 6 times before. It was quiet, peaceful. You'd hear the occasional monkey chattering or the rustle of some small creature in the undergrowth. Normal sounds. That morning, though, it was the silence that hit me first. Not just quiet, but a dead, heavy silence. The kind that feels like a physical weight on your eardrums. No birds, no insects, nothing. I remember stopping for a second, listening and feeling a prickle on the back of my neck. I shrugged it off. I told myself it was just the morning chill, or maybe an animal nearby had scared everything else away. I adjusted my bag and kept walking. The path dipped down into a small, natural clearing I'd passed through every other time. Usually it was just a sun-baked patch of dirt with a few hardy weeds. But that day, it was full of mist. Not the wispy, romantic kind you see in movies. This was a low, clinging fog, knee-high and unnaturally white, just sitting there in the clearing as if it had been poured in. It didn't move with any breeze because there was no breeze. The air was utterly still, and it was cold. A damp, invasive cold that seeped right through my jeans and made me shiver. And in the center of that misty clearing, they were there, 5 blue bulls. Nilguys. I knew what they were. You see them sometimes in the distance, these big, awkward-looking antelopes. But I'd never been this close, and I'd never seen them behave like this. They were arranged in a perfect circle, their bodies still as statues. Not a single muscle twitched. Their huge, dark eyes were fixed on the center of their circle, and in the center, sitting on the bare earth, was a human skull. My breath caught in my throat. It wasn't a clean, white specimen from a biology class. This was old, stained a yellowish brown, with patches of dark earth clinging to it. One of the eye sockets was partially caved in. I could see the individual cracks running through the bone from where I stood, maybe 15 feet away, at the edge of the clearing. The whole scene was so utterly wrong, so violently out of place, that my brain just stuttered. This wasn't how animals acted. They don't form perfect geometric shapes. They don't stare with such unified, unnerving focus. I froze, my hand still gripping the strap of my bag. I should have turned and run. Every instinct was screaming at me to get away, but I was pinned there by a morbid, freezing curiosity. I remember the details so clearly, because they were burned into me. The way the mist curled around their dark blue-grey legs without actually touching them. The absolute silence of their movement, because they started to move then. As one, they began to walk, not a trot or a run, but a slow, deliberate, rhythmic pace around the skull. Their hooves made no sound on the dry, packed earth. It was a silent procession. Their heads were bowed slightly, not in a grazing posture, but in something that looked like reverence or duty. The only sound was the frantic hammering pulse in my own ears. I don't know how long I stood there watching. It could have been 30 seconds. It could have been 5 minutes. Time seemed to have gummed up and stopped. I was a spectator at a ritual I was never meant to see. Then, the one directly opposite me, a large male with short, thick horns, lifted its head and looked right at me. It wasn't a casual glance. It was a direct, knowing look. Its eyes weren't dumb or animalistic. They were ancient, and in that moment they were intelligent. They saw me. They registered me. I felt a jolt of pure ice shoot down my spine. I took a stumbling step backward, my boot scuffing against a rock. The sound was obscenely loud in the silence, and as if that was their cue, they stopped their circling. All 5 of them turned their heads towards me, not with aggression, not with fear, but with a kind of calm acknowledgement that was 1,000 times more terrifying. They held my gaze for a heartbeat that felt like an eternity. Then they turned back to the skull. The large male dipped its head, and with a gentleness that seemed impossible for such a large animal, it nudged the skull with its nose. Another one did the same on the other side, in a movement that was too coordinated, too practiced. They lifted the skull from the ground. I don't know how. It wasn't balanced on their noses or anything so literal. It was as if the space between their heads and the skull just held it. It hovered there for a second, suspended in the cold air, right in the middle of their circle. And then they were gone. They didn't run away. They didn't fade. 1 second they were there. 5 blue bulls and a floating human skull in a misty clearing. And the next second, there was nothing. Just the empty clearing, the low white mist, and me, standing there with my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. The silence rushed back in, heavier than before. The ordinary forest sounds did not return. I was alone, truly, terrifyingly alone. I don't remember the run back. I must have sprinted because I burst out of the tree line near the main village, sweating and gasping, my clothes torn by thorns I didn't feel. I almost collided with an old man who was sitting on a charpoy outside his home, mending a fishing net. His name was Ramesh. I'd spoken to him a few days prior. He was a quiet, serious man. He looked up at me, and his hands stilled. He took in my wild eyes, my heaving chest, the dirt on my clothes. He didn't ask what was wrong. He just looked towards the forest, then back at me, and his face grew somber. "You went through the clearing," he said. It wasn't a question. I just nodded, unable to form words. I leaned over, hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. "You saw them," he said, his voice low and grave. "The messengers." I managed to straighten up. The blue bulls. They had I couldn't say it. A skull. He nodded slowly, his eyes full of a pity that scared me more than any anger could have. "They are not animals. Not truly. They are servants. They carry souls for judgment. They collect what is owed." My blood ran cold. The skull was someone who was seen, someone who watched like you. He looked at me, and his gaze was unwavering. "Listen to me. Do not go back there. Do not ever look for them again." "Why?" I asked, my voice a shaky whisper. "Because they remember faces," he said, and the simplicity of the statement was like a physical blow. "They look at you, and they mark you. They know you now. They know you saw their work. And one day, when your time is near, or when the balance demands it, they may not be circling a skull for another." He paused, letting the words sink into the hot, still air. "They may one day circle for you." I left Alwis 2 days later. I told my professor I was sick, that the climate wasn't agreeing with me. I abandoned my project. I packed my bags and got on a train and didn't look back. For years, I tried to bury it. I told myself it was a hallucination, a trick of the light and an overactive imagination, fueled by local superstition. I went back to my life in the city, to the noise and the traffic and the fluorescent lights, where everything had an explanation. But the memory never left. It was a stain on the back of my mind. And the fear Ramesh planted in me that day took root and grew. It's been 8 years. 8 years of jumping at shadows, of feeling my heart stutter every time I see a deer in a documentary or the color blue-gray in a certain light. The fear isn't a constant scream. It's a low, persistent hum, a background noise to my entire life. It's in the mundane moments. When I'm washing dishes and I see my reflection in the window, dark and distorted, I sometimes imagine I see the shape of a horned head behind me. When I'm trying to fall asleep, the silence of my bedroom will suddenly remind me of the silence in that clearing, and I'll jerk awake, my ears straining for a sound that isn't there. And sometimes, in the dead of night, I hear it. Not for real. I know it's in my head, but it feels so real it makes my whole body go rigid. It starts as a soft rhythmic thudding. Thump, thump, thump. It's the sound of hooves, not the frantic gallop of a spooked horse, but that same slow, deliberate, silent-paced step from the clearing. It's a sound felt more than heard, a vibration in the marrow of my bones. I'll lie there in the dark, my blankets pulled up to my chin, sweating and cold at the same time, listening to that phantom procession circle my bed. I squeeze my eyes shut. praying for it to stop, terrified of what I might see if I opened them. The idea that I was marked is what truly haunts me. It's not a paranoid fantasy anymore. It's an accepted part of my reality. Those ancient supernatural servants, as Ramesh called them, they have a ledger, and my name is in it. They looked at me, they saw me, and they remember. I live my life. I go to work. I see my friends. I pay my bills. But underneath it all, there's this terrifying knowledge that my story already has an ending written. That one day, maybe years from now, maybe tomorrow, I'll find myself in some lonely, misty place, and I'll hear that rhythmic, silent stepping, and I'll look up to see 5 blue-grey forms emerging from the fog. They won't be circling a skull that day. The space in the middle of their circle will be empty, and it will be waiting for me. Story 16. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. Growing up, I thought people who talked about spirits or hauntings were either lying or just imagining things. I was a proud atheist by my late teens, convinced that everything had a logical explanation. After I moved out of my parents' place, I lived in 7 different cities over the years. Apartments, shared houses, you name it. Nothing weird ever happened, not once, except in one house, my family's home, the place where I grew up. That house, it had a feeling. Not all the time, just sometimes. It's hard to describe if you've never felt it. It wasn't like in the movies, with cold spots or creepy music. It was subtler. A silence that felt too heavy. A sense that you weren't entirely alone, even when you knew you were. Most of the time I brushed it off. I told myself it was just an old house settling, or the wind, or my imagination. But there were things that happened there that I still can't explain. 2 things especially. They didn't happen on the same day, but the second one, the one with the mattress, that was the day that really got to me. It was a Tuesday. I remember that much. A completely ordinary Tuesday until it wasn't. I was visiting my mum and my sister. I didn't live there anymore, hadn't for years. I was in my late 20s by then. The house felt the same furniture, same smell of old wood and my mum's cooking. But it also felt different because I was different. I wasn't a kid trying to be tough anymore. I was an adult who thought he had the world figured out. That day, my sister was cleaning out one of the upstairs bedrooms, our old room. She'd decided to get rid of a bunch of old stuff, and part of that was a spare mattress that had been leaning against the wall in the hallway upstairs for as long as I could remember. It was one of those thin, fold-up ones, the kind you use for guests. I was downstairs in the living room, just scrolling on my phone, half watching some show on TV. I heard my sister struggling with the mattress, the thump, 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 as she maneuvered it toward the stairs. The stairgate at the top was one of those old wooden ones we'd had since we were kids, to stop the dog from going up. It was always a bit stiff. I heard her unlatch it, the familiar creak, and then more thumping as she started taking the mattress down. It was awkward. The staircase was narrow. After a few minutes she called out, "I got it!" from the bottom of the stairs. I got up and walked to the foot of the staircase. She was there, a little out of breath, the mattress now propped against the wall in the downstairs hallway, right next to the front door. "I'm gonna take it out to the curb later," she said, wiping her forehead. "It's heavier than it looks." I nodded. "All right, I'll close the gate." I walked up the stairs, maybe 8 or 10 steps, and pulled the wooden gate closed. The latch clicked into place with a solid final sound. I remember the feel of the smooth, worn wood under my fingers. I remember looking down the upstairs hallway. It was empty. Just the closed doors to the bedrooms and the bathroom at the end. The space where the mattress had been was just a blank patch of wall, a faint outline of dust. I went back downstairs and we both went about our day. I helped my mum with some stuff in the kitchen. My sister went back to sorting through boxes. A couple of hours passed. It was late afternoon. The light was starting to get that long golden quality. I needed to use the bathroom, so I walked from the kitchen through the living room and into the downstairs hallway, and I stopped dead. The mattress was back. It was standing upright, exactly where it had been for years, in the upstairs hallway. But I was downstairs. My brain just stuttered. It couldn't process what I was seeing. I was looking up the staircase, through the wooden bars of the stairgate I had personally latched shut, and the mattress was there, leaning against the wall in its usual spot. It was impossible. It was completely, utterly impossible. My first thought was that my sister had brought it back up for some reason, but that made no sense. She'd been determined to get rid of it. And I'd been in the living room the whole time. I would have seen or heard her dragging a massive mattress back up those creaky stairs. The stairgate was still closed. I would have heard her open it. I just stood there, at the bottom of the stairs, staring up. My heart started beating faster, a dull, heavy thud in my chest. I felt cold, a chill that started at the base of my spine and spread outwards. My mouth went dry. "Hey!" I called out, my voice sounding weird and strained. "Did you bring the mattress back up?" My sister came out of the bedroom she was cleaning, a puzzled look on her face. "What? No. Why would I?" I just pointed up the stairs. She walked over and stood beside me, following my gaze. I saw her face change, the casual confusion wiped away, replaced by a slow, dawning dread. Her eyes widened, her mouth opened slightly, but no sound came out. "No," she whispered. "No. I took it down. I left it right here." She pointed to the spot next to the front door, where the mattress had been not 2 hours earlier. "I know," I said. My own voice was quiet. "I saw it. I closed the gate after you." We both stood there, silent, just staring at this object that had defied physics. The air in the hallway felt thick, hard to breathe. The house was quiet, but it was a different kind of quiet now. A watchful quiet. This is the part where, in a story, someone would run upstairs to check. We didn't. We just stood there frozen. The thought of going up those stairs, of getting closer to that thing, made my skin crawl. It felt wrong. It felt like a violation of reality. My sister was the first to speak. "Grandpa," she said, her voice shaky. Maybe Grandpa moved it. It was a desperate grab for logic, and we both knew it. Our grandfather lived with my mum, but he was old. His back was bad. There was no way he could have carried that mattress up the stairs by himself, quietly, without either of us noticing. And why would he? He hated clutter as much as anyone. We found him in the backyard, reading a newspaper. My sister, her voice trembling a little, asked him, "Grandpa, did you move the spare mattress back upstairs?" He looked up from his paper, his eyes narrowing slightly. He didn't look surprised. He didn't look confused. He looked wary. He glanced from my sister's face to mine, and then he looked down at his paper again. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said, his tone final. He refused to say another word about it. He just shut down. And that was almost worse than the mattress itself. His reaction wasn't, "Oh, that's strange." It was a flat refusal to engage, like he knew something we didn't, something he didn't want to touch. We went back inside. We didn't talk about it. We just avoided the staircase. For the rest of that day, and for weeks afterwards, a deep, cold unease settled over me. It was more than just being spooked. It was a fundamental crack in my understanding of the world. I had seen something that could not be. I had seen proof, right in front of my eyes, that the solid, reliable reality I believed in was maybe not so solid after all. Every time I walked past that staircase, my eyes would be drawn upwards. The mattress was always there, a silent, taunting monument to the impossible. I started noticing other things again, things I'd forgotten about or repressed from when I lived there, like the landline phone. We had this old corded phone in the kitchen. On several occasions, for no reason, it would call my grandma's mobile number. My mom would be in the kitchen, the phone would be on the counter, untouched, and her cell would ring. Caller ID, home. She'd pick up the landline, and there would be no dial tone, just dead air. Then, on her cell, the call from the house would end. The first time it happened, we thought it was a glitch. The 5th time, the 10th time, you stop thinking it's a glitch. And the lights. The hallway light, the same one that illuminated the mattress at the top of the stairs, would sometimes blink. Not a flicker like a bad bulb, but a deliberate on-off, like a signal. It would do it when you were the only one home, when you were walking down that hall to go to your room. You'd stop, and it would stop. You'd take a step, and it would blink again. Your heart would be in your throat, and you'd just run the last few steps to your door and slam it shut. Small things moved. A hairbrush would be on the bathroom counter, and you'd turn around for 2 seconds, and it would be on the floor. You'd tell yourself it fell, but it didn't fall. You'd left it squarely in the middle of the counter, and the figure. I only saw it once, when I was about 17. It was late, past midnight. I'd gotten up to get a glass of water. My bedroom door opened directly into the upstairs hallway. I stepped out, and at the far end, near my parents' room, there was a shape. It was dark, just a deeper blackness against the shadows of the hall. It was tall, man-shaped, but featureless. It wasn't moving. It was just standing there, watching me. I froze, my hand still on my doorknob. I couldn't breathe. I didn't scream. I just stood there, locked in place for what felt like an eternity. Then I blinked, and it was gone. I told myself it was a trick of the light, my sleepy eyes. But I never believed that, not really. The feeling of being watched in that moment was so intense, so malevolent. It was burned into me. All of these memories came flooding back after the mattress incident. They weren't isolated weird events anymore. They were pieces of a pattern I had spent my whole life denying. The feeling in the house changed after that Tuesday. It was no longer a subtle unease. It was a presence, a conscious, intelligent presence that knew it had been seen, that knew it had gotten our attention in the most undeniable way possible. My sister and I started avoiding being alone in the house. If one of us had to go upstairs, the other would wait at the bottom. We wouldn't say why. We didn't have to. We'd just make up excuses to stick together. I need to grab something from your room. I'll come with you. The thought of being up there by myself, especially at night, made me feel physically sick. It was a deep primal fear. It wasn't a fear of being hurt, not exactly. It was a fear of the unknown, a fear of seeing something else I couldn't explain, a fear of that feeling of being watched returning, and this time, not going away. I'd lie in my old bed when I stayed over, and I'd stare at the closed door, my ears straining for any sound from the hallway. The creak of a floorboard would make me jump. The soft sigh of the house settling would send my heart racing. I'd watch the sliver of light under the door, terrified that I'd see a shadow move across it. I'm a logical person. I look for causes and effects. I believe in science. But how do you explain a mattress moving itself up a flight of stairs, through a closed gate, and placing itself perfectly back in its original position? You can't. There is no explanation. There's only the event and the cold, hollow feeling it leaves behind. The other thing, the one with my mom and the nasal spray, happened years before, but it was the same kind of thing. It was a Saturday morning. My mom was getting ready for work. She was in her bedroom, frantically searching for her nasal spray. She has bad allergies. She needs it. She was tearing the room apart, getting more and more frustrated. As a joke, she threw her hands up in the air and yelled, "Can somebody please help me find my nasal spray?" The moment the words left her mouth, the thing flew out of the far end of the hallway. I was standing in my doorway, looking toward her room. I saw it. It wasn't thrown. It didn't arc. It flew in a straight, fast line, like it had been shot from a cannon, from the dark end of the hall straight into her chest. It hit her with a soft thud and fell to the floor. There was no one else in the hallway. The end of the hall was empty. It was just a long, dark corridor, and this object, this small plastic bottle, had traveled maybe 20 feet through the air, perfectly aimed, and delivered itself to her. She picked it up, her face pale. She didn't say anything, she just looked at it, then looked down the hall, then back at me. We never talked about it. What would we have said? We both knew what we'd seen. It was another one of those moments where reality glitched, and for a second you saw the terrifying code underneath. That house was the only place anything like that ever happened to me. 7 other cities, dozens of other homes, and nothing. Not a flicker. It was something about that specific house, that land, that presence. I'm older now. I still don't know what I believe. I'm not an atheist anymore, but I'm not a believer in ghosts either. I'm just uncertain. The world is a stranger place than I thought. The mattress incident was the clincher. It was so mundane, so physical. It wasn't a ghostly apparition you could dismiss as a dream. It was a solid object that had moved itself. You could touch it. You could see the dust on it. It was real. I still think about it all the time. I'll be going about my day, driving my car, making dinner, and the memory will just pop into my head. The image of that mattress, standing tall and silent at the top of the stairs, behind that latched gate, the feeling of the floor dropping out from under me, the look on my sister's face, my grandfather's stubborn silence. We never moved the mattress again. It stayed there, in that hallway, until my mom eventually sold the house a few years later. I wonder if the new owners ever noticed anything. I wonder if they ever found themselves standing at the bottom of the stairs, looking up at something that shouldn't be there, feeling that same cold dread seeping into their bones. I never found an explanation. I never will. Some things just happen, and all you're left with is the chill and the silence and the knowledge that you don't know anything at all. Story 17. I was heading down the frozen food aisle toward the checkout when I felt that sudden, urgent pressure in my gut, not the kind you can ignore. I'd had a weird coffee earlier in the afternoon, and it was deciding to stage a rebellion right then. I sighed, turned my cart around, and made my way to the back of the store where the restrooms were. There was a single unisex bathroom, the kind with a solid door and a metal lock, not a stall. A little sign on the door said, "Vacant." I leaned against the wall opposite, phone in hand, ready to wait. I figured it'd be a minute or two. I scrolled through my phone, not really reading anything, just killing time. The floor was that beige, speckled tile they put in every commercial building, and it was a little sticky in spots. I could smell the faint, chemical lemon of the cleaning solution they'd used, mixed with something else, something damp and a little sour. That's when I saw him. An older man, probably in his late 60s or early 70s, came around the corner. He was wearing a tan overcoat even though it wasn't that cold outside. It was a distinctive coat, not fancy, but a specific shade of light brown, like sand, and it looked a little too big for him, the shoulders drooping down. He had thin grey hair combed over a bald spot, and he walked with a slight shuffle, not looking at me, just focused on the bathroom door. He reached out a hand, turned the knob, and went inside. I heard the solid click of the lock engaging. I remember feeling a little annoyed. Now I had to wait even longer. I went back to my phone, but the discomfort in my stomach was getting more insistent. I shifted my weight from one foot to the other, trying to think about anything else. I listened, but I couldn't hear anything from the bathroom. No water running, no sounds of movement, just silence from behind that door. A few minutes passed, then a few more. I checked the time on my phone. It was 9:07 when I'd first seen him go in. Now it was 9:12. I started to get a little impatient. I'm not a confrontational person, but my stomach was really complaining. I thought about knocking, just a light tap, to let him know someone was waiting. I didn't. I just waited. 9:15. Now it had been a solid 8 minutes. That seemed like a long time. I started to wonder if he was okay. He was an older guy. Maybe he wasn't feeling well. I took a step closer to the door. I still couldn't hear a thing. It was dead quiet. The only sounds were the distant hum of the freezers and the muffled conversation from the front of the store. 9:17. I'd been waiting for 10 minutes. That was my limit. My discomfort was now a full-blown emergency, and my politeness was wearing thin. I decided to knock. I raised my hand and rapped my knuckles on the wood, not too hard, but firm. "Hello? Almost done in there?" I said, my voice sounding louder than I intended in the quiet hallway. No answer. I waited a few seconds, then knocked again, a little harder this time. "Hey, you okay in there?" Nothing. Just that same heavy, unnerving silence. A little prickle of something, not quite fear yet, more like unease, ran down my spine. This was weird. I had watched him walk in. I saw the door close. I heard the lock. He couldn't have just not heard me. The knock was loud, and the bathroom was small. There was no way he was in some far corner away from the sound. I looked around. The hallway was still empty. I felt a sudden, irrational urge to just leave, to find another bathroom or just go home and deal with it. But that felt stupid. He was just an old man in a bathroom. Maybe he was hard of hearing. Maybe he was, I don't know, taking a long time. But 10 minutes with no sound at all. I reached out and tried the doorknob. It was one of those push-button locks on the inside. I jiggled it. It was definitely locked. I put my ear close to the door, close enough that I could feel the cool wood against my skin. I held my breath and listened with every part of me. Silence. Not just quiet, but a total, profound absence of sound. No breathing, no rustle of clothing, no foot shifting on the tile. It was like listening to a sealed tomb. That's when the first real chill went through me. It started in my stomach, a cold knot that had nothing to do with my digestive issues, and spread out to my limbs. My hands felt a little clammy. This was wrong. I turned and hurried back up to the front of the store. One of the cashiers, a young guy with a lip ring, was leaning on his counter. "Excuse me," I said, my voice coming out a bit shaky. There's a guy in the bathroom. I think something might be wrong. He's not answering, and I've been waiting for over 10 minutes. The cashier, whose name tag said Leo, looked bored. "He's probably just taking a dump, man." "No, you don't understand," I insisted, my voice rising. "I can't hear anything at all, and I saw him go in. It's been too long." He sighed, the put-upon sigh of a minimum wage worker, and pushed himself off the counter. "All right, fine. I'll check it out." He grabbed a set of keys from a drawer under the register and followed me back to the bathroom. The walk back felt longer than before. The bright light seemed harsher, the silence of the store more oppressive. We got to the door, and it was still closed, still locked. Leo knocked much louder than I had. "Store management, everything all right in there?" We both stood there, listening. Nothing. "See," I said, my voice barely a whisper. He shrugged, a little less nonchalant now. "Okay, weird." He fumbled with his keys and found a small silver one. "We're not really supposed to do this, but..." He inserted the key into the little hole below the knob, turned it, and I heard a distinct clunk as the lock disengaged. He looked at me. "You want to..." I shook my head vigorously. "Number you do it." He pushed the door open. The bathroom was empty. I don't mean he was in a stall. I mean the room was completely, utterly, undeniably empty. It was a small, square room. A toilet, a sink, a mirror, a trash can. That was it. There were no windows, no vents big enough for a person to fit through. The ceiling was a solid drop ceiling with those lightweight acoustic tiles, but they were all perfectly in place, no gaps. The walls were solid, painted cinder block. The tan overcoat was gone. The man was gone. I just stood there, frozen in the doorway, my brain refusing to process what my eyes were seeing. Leo stepped inside, his head swiveling, a confused frown on his face. He even checked behind the door, as if a full-grown man could be hiding in the 6-inch gap between the door and the wall. "What the hell?" Leo muttered. He looked at me. "You sure you saw him come in?" "Yes." The word came out as a strangled gasp. "I was standing right there. I watched him open the door and walk in. I heard the lock. I never took my eyes off this door. He never came out." Leo's bored expression was completely gone now, replaced by a look of genuine bewilderment. "Dude, that's impossible. There's no way out of here." I stepped into the bathroom, my heart hammering against my ribs. The air was still and cool. I looked at the toilet. The seat was down. It was dry. The sink was dry. The mirror was clean. There was no sign that anyone had been in here at all in the last hour, let alone 2 minutes ago. I ran my hand over the cinder block wall. It was cold and unyielding. I looked up at the ceiling tiles. They were pristine. No finger marks, no dust disturbed. I even, I'm embarrassed to say, looked inside the trash can. It was empty except for a single brown paper towel. "He was wearing a tan coat," I said, my voice trembling. "A long, tan overcoat. Did you see a guy like that come through the checkout?" Leo shook his head. "Nah, man. It's been dead for the last half hour. Just you and a lady with a kid buying ice cream." The reality of the situation began to crash down on me, and it was a physical weight. My legs felt weak. I had to put a hand on the sink to steady myself. I had seen him. I had watched him. He had been right here. And now he wasn't. It was a simple, impossible fact. Maybe he slipped past you when you came to get me," Leo offered. But he didn't sound like he believed it. "I was gone for less than a minute," I said. "And I was facing this way the whole time I was walking back. I would have seen him leave the hallway. There's no other way out of this hallway except past the freezers and to the front. We both stood in that small, sterile room, surrounded by the evidence of its own impossibility. The silence was back, but now it was a loud, screaming silence. It was the silence of a man vanishing from a locked room. My stomachache was completely forgotten, replaced by a deep, gnawing dread. This wasn't a prank. This wasn't a misunderstanding. This was something else, something that shouldn't be. Leo finally cleared his throat. I gotta tell my manager. You should probably go." I didn't need to be told twice. I practically ran out of that bathroom, out of that hallway. I didn't even get my groceries. I just left my cart right there in the aisle and walked out the automatic doors into the parking lot. The night air was cool, but it didn't feel refreshing. It felt thin and insubstantial. I got into my car and locked the doors. I sat there for a long time, just gripping the steering wheel, my knuckles white. I replayed it over and over in my head. The man in the tan coat shuffling past me, the click of the lock, the 10 minutes of silence, the empty room. There was no explanation. There was no logical series of events that could lead from point A to point B. A man had entered a room with no exit and ceased to exist. I drove home in a daze. I didn't make dinner. I just sat on my couch in the dark. The image of that empty bathroom burned into the back of my eyelids every time I blinked. The normal sounds of my apartment, the refrigerator humming, a car passing outside, sounded alien and threatening. I've turned it over in my mind 1,000 times since that night. I've tried to find a hole in my memory, a moment where I looked away. Anything. But there isn't one. I was there. I saw him. I know what I saw. I never went back to that grocery store. I take a longer route to work now just to avoid driving past it. Sometimes, when I'm out in public and I see an older man, my eyes automatically dart to his coat, looking for that specific shade of tan. I never see it. The worst part isn't the fear, though that's still there, a low-grade constant hum in the background of my life. The worst part is the mystery, the complete and total lack of an answer. It's like a math equation that ends with a symbol that doesn't exist, a question that grammar can't form. He was there, and then he wasn't. And I was the only one who saw him go in, so I'm the only one who carries the full weight of his disappearance. It feels like a secret the world is keeping from itself, and I'm the only one who knows the world is lying. I don't talk about it with people because how could I? They'd think I'm crazy. Maybe I am. But I know what I saw that night in the back hallway of a brightly lit grocery store while waiting for a bathroom that was, and then wasn't, occupied. The man in the tan overcoat walked in and he vanished, and I have to live with the fact that I will never ever know how. Story 18. It was one of those perfect Utah autumn mornings, the kind that makes you forget how brutal the summer heat had been. The air was crisp, but the sun was warm on my skin. Me, Jenny, Brian, and Kayla had been planning this hike for weeks. We're not like hardcore survivalists or anything, just a group of friends who like to get out of the city in Utah County on weekends. This particular canyon was one Brian had read about online, famous for its rock formations and, well, for being seriously haunted. We'd laughed about that part. It was just a fun, spooky angle to make the hike more interesting. We started around 9 in the morning. The trailhead was easy to find, and for the first hour or so, everything was normal. Beautiful, even. The canyon walls were this deep, rusty red, and the sky was so blue it almost didn't look real. We were joking around, talking about work, just enjoying being outside. I remember Jenny pointing out a weird-looking Joshua tree, all twisted and gnarled, and Brian taking a picture of it with his fancy camera. The first thing that felt off was the silence. It just dropped. 1 minute there were birds chirping, the sound of our own footsteps crunching on the gravel, our voices echoing a little in the canyon. The next, it was like someone had thrown a soundproof blanket over everything. It was so sudden we all stopped talking at the same time. We just looked at each other. Kayla was the one who said it. Whoa, did it just get quiet? It wasn't just quiet. It was a heavy, thick silence that felt like it was pressing in on my eardrums. We tried to laugh it off, blaming it on a change in air pressure or something, but the joke fell flat. We kept walking, but the mood had shifted. We were quieter, just listening. That's when we started hearing the other sounds. Not birds, not wind. It was a low, rhythmic scraping sound, like a heavy stone being dragged over rock. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, echoing in a way that made it impossible to pinpoint. It would start, go on for a minute, then stop for a few minutes, then start again. We'd all freeze, trying to figure out where it was coming from, but it was useless. Brian, being the gadget guy, pulled out his EMF meter. He's into all that ghost hunting stuff as a hobby, and he'd brought his gear along as a joke. The little device usually just sits there, silent, but the second he turned it on, the lights went crazy, flickering from green to yellow to red, and it let out this frantic, staticky beeping. The needle was jerking all over the place. My stomach tightened. That wasn't a joke anymore. He also had a Spirit Box app on his phone, one of those things that rapidly scans through radio frequencies. When he turned it on, it wasn't just white noise. Through the static we could hear a voice. It was faint but clear. A man's voice, low and raspy, saying a single word over and over, "Mine." That's when we saw him, about 100 yards ahead, standing perfectly still next to a large boulder, was a man. He was tall and thin, dressed in what looked like old-fashioned dark clothes, like something from the 1800s. He was just standing there, facing us. We all saw him at the same time. We stopped dead. He was too far away to make out his face, but I could feel him looking at us. The feeling was pure ice down my spine. This was a remote canyon. We hadn't seen another soul all morning. "Hello?" Brian called out, his voice shaky. The man didn't move. He didn't respond. He just stood there. We stood there too, frozen for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 20 seconds. Then Kayla let out this little gasp. Where'd he go? He was gone. Just vanished. There was no place for him to go. The area around the boulder was open. He couldn't have just ducked behind it that fast without us seeing. We all started talking at once, voices low and panicked. Did you see that? Where did he go? This isn't funny. We decided to push on, thinking we must have just been spooked. And maybe he was a hiker who'd moved in a trick of the light, but the dread was already sitting in my gut like a cold stone. We walked past the boulder, and I swear the air was colder there, a solid 10 degrees cooler. We were all looking around, jumping at every shadow. About 15 minutes later, we saw the bunny. It was just sitting in the middle of the path, a small, white rabbit. It should have been cute, a relief after the creepy man, but it wasn't. It was sitting bolt upright and it wasn't moving. Its eyes were fixed on us and they looked intelligent, not like an animal's eyes. It was unnerving. We slowed down, giving it a wide berth. As we passed it, I looked back. Its head had turned and it was still watching us, its body completely still. It was the most unnatural thing I'd ever seen an animal do. Jenny, who is the most sensitive one of us, started to cry. Not loud sobs, just silent tears streaming down her face. She whispered, it's the same thing." We didn't even have to ask what she meant. The feeling was identical to the feeling we got from the man, that same intense, predatory watchfulness. The shape was different, but the presence inside it was the same, a shape-shifter. The words formed in my head before I could even question how insane they were. That's when Brian collapsed. It wasn't a trip or a faint. 1 second he was walking just ahead of me, and the next he was on the ground, convulsing. It was a full-blown seizure. His body was jerking violently, his back arching off the ground, his eyes rolled back in his head. A guttural, choking sound was coming from his throat, a sound that wasn't his voice. It was the most terrifying thing I have ever witnessed. Kayla screamed and dropped to her knees next to him, and Jenny was just frozen, her hands over her mouth. I don't know how I stayed as calm as I did. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard, I thought it would burst. And my hands were trembling, but some primal instinct took over. We had to get whatever that thing was off of him. I remembered reading something online a long time ago about using salt for protection. I fumbled in my backpack, my fingers numb and clumsy, and found the bag of trail mix. I ripped it open, spilling nuts and raisins everywhere, and scooped out a handful of the salt from the bottom of the bag. "Get back!" I yelled at Kayla, my voice cracking. I didn't know what I was doing. I just threw the salt in a rough circle around Brian's twitching body. The second the circle was complete, he went limp. The violent convulsions stopped. The awful choking sound stopped. He was just lying there, unconscious, breathing in shallow, ragged gasps. The silence that returned was even heavier than before, broken only by our panicked breathing and Jenny's quiet sobs. We didn't speak. We just worked. Kayla checked Brian's pulse while I got out my water bottle. His skin was cold and clammy. After a minute, his eyes fluttered open. He was dazed, confused. He had no memory of what had just happened. He just said he had a terrible headache and felt like he'd been drained of all his energy. We had to get out of there. The sun was starting to dip lower in the sky, casting long, distorted shadows across the canyon. Every shadow looked like a man standing still. Every rustle of a lizard in the brush sounded like that awful scraping noise. We helped Brian to his feet, supporting him between us. He was weak, like all the strength had been sucked out of him. We started moving back the way we came, and we moved fast. It wasn't a hike anymore. It was a frantic, terrified retreat. The whole way back, the EMF meter in Brian's backpack, which we could still hear, was going insane. The spirit box, which Kayla was holding now, kept spitting out that same raspy voice. But now it was angry. It was snarling, "Out! Get out! Leave!" We didn't need to be told twice. We didn't stop once, not for water, not to catch our breath. The fear was a physical force pushing us forward. The oppressive feeling followed us the entire way, a sense of being watched that clung to the back of my neck like a cold hand. It only started to lift when we finally stumbled out of the canyon mouth and saw the parking lot and our car. The normal sounds of the world rushed back in. A distant car, the wind in the ordinary trees by the road. It was the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. We drove straight to the nearest hospital in Utah County. Brian was checked out. The doctors ran tests, but they couldn't find anything physically wrong with him. They said it was a possible stress-induced seizure and gave him fluids. They kept asking if he had a history of epilepsy, which he doesn't. We didn't tell them about the man or the bunny. What would we even say? Later that night, when Brian was resting at his apartment, and we were all together at my place, still too shaken to be alone, we started looking things up. We searched for legends about that canyon, about shapeshifters in Utah folklore. We found stories, old ones, from Native American traditions and from early settlers. They talked about spirits, tricksters, entities that could take on different forms. They were often described as territorial, protective of their land, and capable of causing sickness or drawing the life out of people who trespassed. We read about a legend of a prospector who went mad in that canyon in the late 1800s, a man who was known for being violently possessive, who always claimed the land was mine. He disappeared out there, and his body was never found. We never went back to that canyon. We don't even like talking about it much. Brian recovered fully, but he gets quiet whenever the subject comes up. Sometimes when I'm trying to fall asleep, I'll see it. The stark image of the man by the boulder, the unblinking eyes of the white rabbit, and Brian's body seizing on the ground. I can still hear that raspy voice hissing through the static. We did a little protective ritual with salt around our homes afterwards, just in case. And the weird phone glitches and feelings of being watched that we'd all had for a couple days after stopped. I don't know what it was. A ghost? A skinwalker? Some kind of interdimensional being? I have no idea. All I know for sure is that we went into that canyon, 4 friends looking for a fun hike, and we came out having learned one thing. Some places are just not meant for people. Some things don't want you there, and they have ways of making you leave. I still can't explain any of it, not the man, not the rabbit, not what happened to Brian. I just know it happened, and that's enough to keep me up at night, even now. Story 19. I was 12 years old, and it was the summer my parents sent me to this camp on Ile d'Oléron, off the coast of France. I remember it was one of those places that sounded amazing in the brochure, sun, sand and all that. But after a week, me and my friends Malik and Enzo were already bored out of our minds. The days were full of dumb team-building games and forced hikes, and the counselors acted like we were little kids, even though we were practically teenagers. So we started looking for our own fun, which usually meant breaking the rules when no one was watching. That specific day started like any other. Wake-up call at 7 in the morning, breakfast in the mess hall with that weird powdered eggs taste, and then a morning of arts and crafts that none of us cared about. Malik kept whispering about how we should do something real, something that wasn't on the schedule. He was always the one pushing us, you know. Enzo was quieter, but he went along with it because he didn't want to be left out. Me, I was just tired of the same old thing. By afternoon, we'd hatched a plan to sneak out after lights out and explore the woods behind the camp. We'd heard rumors from other kids about an abandoned house deep in there, and we thought it would be cool to see it for ourselves. The sun went down around 9:30, and the camp got quiet real fast. We waited until we heard the counselors doing their last rounds, checking that everyone was in their bunks. My heart was already thumping in my chest, not from fear yet, but from that thrill of doing something we weren't supposed to. We slipped out through a window in the common room. It was loose, and we'd figured that out days before. The air outside was cool and damp, smelling like pine and salt from the ocean, and the sky was clear with a bunch of stars, but no moon, so it was pretty dark. We didn't have flashlights because we didn't want to get caught, so we used the light from our phone screens to see a little, but mostly we just stumbled along, following a narrow path we'd spotted during the day. The forest was thick, with trees crowding in on both sides, and every little noise made us jump. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling. It could have been anything, but we kept telling each other it was just animals. Malik led the way, with Enzo right behind him and me bringing up the rear. I remember the ground was uneven, with roots poking up, and I almost tripped a couple of times. My shoes were soaked from the dew, and I could feel the cold seeping through my socks. After what felt like forever, maybe 20 or 30 minutes of walking, we saw it. This old house looming up in the darkness. It was set back from the path, surrounded by an overgrown garden with weeds waist high. The house itself was falling apart, windows broken, paint peeling off, and the roof sagging in the middle. It looked like no one had lived there for years. We stopped at the edge of the garden, just staring. Part of me wanted to turn back, but Malik said, "Come on, let's get closer. We didn't come all this way to chicken out." So we crept into the garden. The grass was wet and slick underfoot, and I could smell something rotten, like old leaves, or maybe garbage. We were whispering to each other, trying to be quiet, but our voices sounded too loud in the silence. Then, out of nowhere, this deep voice boomed from the direction of the house. "Get out of here!" it yelled, and it was so sudden and loud that I froze. My whole body went cold, and I could feel the hair on my arms stand up. We all turned to run, but that's when we saw him, a man stepping out from the shadows near the house. He was tall, really tall, and he had this limp, dragging one leg like it was stiff. I heard a clunking sound, and I realized he had a wooden leg, but even with that, he moved fast, way faster than I thought someone with a limp could. He started chasing us, shouting something I couldn't make out, just this angry, guttural noise. We bolted. I don't think I've ever run that fast in my life. My lungs were burning and my legs felt like jelly, but I didn't look back. I could hear him behind us, his footsteps uneven but gaining ground. The wooden leg made this distinct thump, thump, thump sound, mixed with the rustle of him pushing through the plants. Malik was ahead of me, and Enzo was panting, saying, oh God, over and over. Branches scraped my arms and face, and I tasted blood where I bit my lip. The path was hard to see, and we kept veering off, stumbling into bushes. At one point, I glanced back and saw the man's silhouette against the dark trees, his arm outstretched like he was reaching for us. We didn't stop until we burst out of the forest and back into the campgrounds. We collapsed behind one of the storage sheds, gasping for air. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would jump out of my chest. We were all shaking, and Enzo was crying softly. Malik kept saying, "Did you see that? Did you see how fast he was?" We stayed there for what felt like ages, just trying to calm down. The camp was still quiet. No one had noticed we were gone, so we sneaked back into our bunks. I remember crawling into bed, my clothes still damp and dirty, and I couldn't stop trembling. I kept replaying it in my head, the voice, the chase, the way he moved. It felt like a nightmare, but I was wide awake. Back in my room, which was just a small cabin shared with a couple other kids who were sound asleep, I tried to tell myself it was over, we'd gotten away, and no one knew, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The room was pitch black, with only a sliver of light from under the door. I lay there for what felt like hours, just staring at the ceiling, my mind racing. Every little sound made me flinch, the creak of the bed, the wind outside, even my own breathing. Then I saw it. At first I thought it was a shadow or my eyes playing tricks, but it moved. A tall figure standing in the corner of the room, near the window. It was darker than the rest of the darkness, if that makes sense, just this shape that didn't belong. I sat up slowly, my heart hammering again. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I just stared, and the figure seemed to stare back. It didn't have any features I could make out, just this imposing presence that made the air feel heavy and cold. I don't know how long it stood there, maybe a few seconds, maybe a minute, but then it was gone, vanished, like it was never there. One moment it was in the corner, and the next, nothing. I blinked, thinking I was losing my mind, but then I saw something on the floor where it had been, a piece of paper folded neatly. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely pick it up. I unfolded it, and in the dim light, I could read the words written in this messy, scratchy handwriting. "I will return tonight." I dropped the note like it was on fire. My whole body went numb, and I started hyperventilating. I woke up the other kids, shouting for help, and soon the counselors were there, turning on the lights and asking what happened. I showed them the note, but they just looked at me like I was crazy. One of them said it was probably a prank, but I knew it wasn't. I told them about the man in the forest, about the chase, and they got serious then. They called in more staff, and they decided to guard the cabins all night. They posted people outside with flashlights and walkie-talkies, and they told us to stay inside and lock the doors. I didn't sleep at all. I sat on my bed, wrapped in a blanket, watching the door and the window. Every noise from outside made me jump. I kept expecting to see that figure again, or hear that deep voice. The counselors checked in periodically, but nothing happened. No one came. The night dragged on, and by morning I was exhausted and still terrified. The counselors said it was probably just a scare, but I knew better. I packed my stuff and told them I wanted to go home. My parents were called, and they came to pick me up that same day. I never went back to that camp, and I never saw Malik or Enzo again after that summer. Even now, years later, I have nightmares about it. I wake up sweating, thinking I hear that thump, thump, thump of the wooden leg, or see that tall figure in the dark. I don't know who that man was, or what that figure in my room was, and I'll probably never have answers. It's just one of those things that happened, and it left me with this deep, lasting fear that I can't shake. Sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I still get chills, and I find myself checking the corners just in case. And Story 20? I was in the living room, sprawled on the couch, watching some dumb reality show just for background noise. The clock on the cable box said it was a little after 11. I remember because I was thinking about heading up to bed soon. The show went to a commercial, and in that sudden drop of sound, I heard it. 3 knocks on the front door. Not loud, aggressive bangs. Not like someone was trying to break in. They were polite. Firm, but polite. 3 distinct knocks, like knock, knock, knock. It was so clear and sharp in the silence, it made me jump. My first thought was, who the hell is that at this hour? Maybe my parents forgot their key. But they wouldn't knock. They'd call or text. My phone was right there on the coffee table, dark and silent. I muted the TV. My heart was doing this little thump, thump, thump in my chest. Not full-on panic yet, just annoyance and a low-grade alertness. I sat up, listening. Nothing. No car engine running outside. No voices. Our street is pretty dead after 10. I waited a full minute, just sitting there in the mute glow of the television, straining my ears. Then I heard the footsteps. They were on the stairs. Our front door opens right into a small foyer, and the staircase is immediately to the left. The footsteps were heavy, solid, not like someone tiptoeing. They sounded like a man's footsteps, someone with weight to them. Thud, thud, thud. Ascending, going up to the second floor. A massive, cold wave of relief washed over me. Oh, it's just my dad, I thought. He must have come back for something and I didn't hear him come in. It made perfect sense. The knocks must have been something else, a tree branch, the house settling, whatever. But those footsteps were unmistakably human, and they were in the house. I called out, "Dad?" No answer. The footsteps stopped. The house was silent again, but it was a different kind of silent now. It was a waiting silence. I got off the couch, my skin starting to prickle. "Hello," I said, my voice a little louder this time, but it sounded thin and weak in the big room. I walked to the doorway that led to the foyer. The front door was closed, the deadbolt was still turned, the chains still on. I remember specifically checking that. My eyes traveled up the staircase. It was dark up there. The upstairs hallway light was off. If my dad had come in, he would have turned it on. That's when the fear started to properly set in, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. My mind was racing, trying to find a logical explanation. An animal? No. A burglar? Maybe. But why would a burglar knock and then walk upstairs? I took a step towards the stairs, my hand on the banister. The wood was cool under my palm. I was about to call out again when I heard a heavy, sickening thud from upstairs. It wasn't a door slamming. It was the sound of something solid and dense hitting the floor, a body. That was the only way my brain could interpret it. It was the sound a sack of cement would make if you dropped it. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. Every hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood straight up. I couldn't move. I just stared up into the darkness at the top of the stairs, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I felt dizzy. And then I saw him. A figure emerged from the darkness at the top of the staircase. It was just a silhouette, pitch black against the slightly less black hallway behind it. It was standing at the top of the stairs, facing away from me, looking down the upstairs hall. It was the shape of a man, tall and lanky, with slightly stooped shoulders. He was just standing there, perfectly still. My brain was screaming at me to run, to hide, to do something, but I was rooted to the spot. My fingers gripping the banister so tight, my knuckles ached. I was just staring at this dark shape, this intruder in my house. And then the terror shifted. It deepened into something else, something much worse than the fear of a stranger. I recognized the silhouette. It was Mr. Albright, Old Man Albright, who lived in the house behind ours, separated by a thin line of trees. He'd always been a quiet, kind of sad-looking guy. He used to tend his garden in this worn-out baseball cap. I'd seen that silhouette 100 times from my bedroom window, him puttering around in his backyard in the evenings. But Mr. Albright was dead. He'd died 2 months ago. He'd killed himself, hung himself in his garage. My mom had told me about it in a hushed, sad voice. The whole neighborhood knew. The recognition didn't come to me slowly. It hit me all at once, a physical blow. This wasn't a burglar, this was a ghost. The ghost of my dead neighbor was standing at the top of my stairs. The cold knot in my stomach turned to ice. A high, thin sound was stuck in my throat. I couldn't even scream. I just stared, my mind completely blank with a pure, undiluted horror I didn't know a person could feel. It was him. I knew it was him. The slope of the shoulders, the way his head was slightly tilted. It was Mr. Albright. And then the scream finally came. It ripped out of me, loud and raw and involuntary. I didn't even mean to do it. It was just a reaction, like pulling your hand from a hot stove. I screamed and stumbled backward, falling onto my ass on the hardwood floor of the foyer. I scrambled back crab-like until my back hit the front door. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my face against the cold wood of the door. I was sobbing, gasping for air. I was sure it was going to come down the stairs. I was sure I was going to feel a cold hand on my shoulder. I don't know how long I sat there, maybe 30 seconds, maybe 5 minutes. Time had lost all meaning. When I finally got the courage to crack my eyes open and look back up the stairs, the figure was gone. The hallway was empty. The darkness was just darkness again. I didn't move for a long time. I just sat there on the floor shaking, my teeth chattering. The fear was a live wire inside me, buzzing and sparking. But slowly, as the minutes ticked by and nothing else happened, a weird calm started to settle over me. It didn't make any sense. I should have been calling the police. I should have been running out of the house, but I wasn't. The screaming had released something. The initial gut-wrenching terror had peaked and then broken. And what was left was this strange, hollow feeling, and with it a sense of safety. It's the hardest part to explain, and people never believe me when I say it. But in that moment, sitting on the floor with my back against the door, I felt safe. The presence, whatever it was, didn't feel malicious. It just felt sad lost. The heavy thud replayed in my head, and I thought of how he died. It wasn't a threat. It was an echo. I know how insane that sounds, but it's the truth of what I felt. I eventually pushed myself up, my legs wobbly. I didn't turn on any more lights. I just walked through the dark living room, back to the couch. I sat down, pulled the blanket over myself, and eventually I fell asleep, right there. With the TV still on mute in the dark, I slept through the rest of the night. My parents came home the next morning around 10. I was in the kitchen, eating cereal, trying to act normal. My mum came in, looking tired, and started making coffee. She was quiet for a minute, then she said, "You'll never believe the dream I had last night." I just looked at her, my spoon halfway to my mouth. "It was so vivid," she continued, not looking at me. "I dreamed I woke up in the guest room at your aunt's, and there was a man standing in the doorway, a tall, thin man, just a shadow really. He was just standing there, looking out into the hall. It felt so real, it scared me awake. The blood drained from my face. I put my spoon down." "What did he look like?" I asked, my voice quiet. My mum shrugged, spooning coffee into the machine. "I don't know." It was dark, but he had these stooped shoulders. It reminded me of Old Man Albright from behind the house. I felt the room tilt. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't just me. I told her then. I told her everything. The knocks, the footsteps, the thud, the figure on the stairs, how I recognized him, how I screamed. Her face went pale. She sat down at the table, her coffee forgotten. "Your father," she whispered. "He woke up last night too. He said he felt like someone was standing over his side of the bed. He said the room felt cold. We just stared at each other. The three of us in different houses miles apart had all felt it, seen it. We compared notes later with my dad. He'd felt a crushing weight on his chest and saw a dark shape leaning over him before it vanished. My mum saw the silhouette in the doorway. I saw it on the stairs, heard its footsteps, heard the thud of its death replaying. That was it for my parents. They put the house on the market 2 weeks later. We moved out by the end of the month. They never felt comfortable there again. For them, it was a violation, a haunting, something to be escaped. But for me, it was different. It left me unsettled, yeah. Of course it did. But more than that, it left me curious. I was the only one who had been in the same house as it, who had seen it up close, who had felt that initial soul-shattering fear. And I was the only one who afterward felt calm. I was at ease with the presence. It felt like I'd witnessed a secret, a piece of someone's pain that had gotten stuck in the world. We've never seen or heard anything like it since we moved. My parents don't like to talk about it. It freaks them out too much, but sometimes, on a really quiet night, when I'm in my own apartment now, I'll find myself just listening, waiting. Not with fear, but with a kind of anticipation. I think about Mr. Albright, alone in his garage. I think about the 3 knocks, a final request for entry. I think about the heavy footsteps, walking a path they can't leave behind. And I wonder if one night I might hear it all again, and a part of me hopes that I will. Story 21. Okay. So I'm just going to dive right in because typing this out is making my hand shake even now, and I need to get it off my chest. I've been lurking on this forum for a while, reading all these wild stories, and I never thought I'd have one of my own to share. But here I am, and I swear every word of this is true. It happened in the seaside town where I grew up, a place so quiet you could hear the gulls crying from miles away, and the fog rolled in off the ocean most evenings, wrapping everything in this damp grey blanket. I loved it there as a kid, but now I can't even look at the cliffs without feeling this cold knot in my stomach. It all started with the disappearances. Daniel and Emily were the first ones to go missing. Daniel was this little boy with freckles and a gap-toothed smile, always kicking a soccer ball around the square, and Emily had these bright red pigtails and a laugh that could make you grin no matter what. They vanished within a week of each other, and the whole town was just hollowed out. Police searched for days, put up posters, but nothing. No clues, no traces, just gone. And then whispers started about the manor on the cliffs, this old, decaying house that loomed over the town like a bad memory. Everyone knew about the family that lived there, but no one ever saw them. They were recluses, and rumors said they were cultists, people who practiced weird rituals. I never paid much mind to it before, but after Daniel and Emily disappeared, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong up there. So, on that day, I remember it was a Thursday, because the fish market was closed and the air had this weird stillness to it. I decided I had to do something. I was just a teenager then, restless and angry that no one was doing enough. I told myself I'd just take a look, see if there was anything suspicious. I didn't have a plan, really, just this gnawing curiosity mixed with fear that made my skin prickle. I waited until dusk, when the light was fading and the fog was starting to creep in. The walk up to the cliffs was longer than I remembered, and every step felt heavier. The path was overgrown with thorny bushes that snagged my jeans, and the air smelled like salt and rotting seaweed. I could hear the ocean crashing below, a constant angry roar that seemed to get louder the closer I got. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting someone to be following me. But there was no one, just the empty path and the gathering dark. When I reached the manor, it was even creepier up close. The house was huge, with peeling white paint and windows so grimy they looked like dead eyes. The front door was slightly ajar, swinging inward with a slow, creaking sound that set my teeth on edge. I hesitated for a second, my breath fogging in the cold air. Part of me wanted to turn back, but I thought of Daniel and Emily, and I pushed the door open. Inside, it was dark and smelled like mold and something else, something sweet and rotten, like old flowers left in water too long. The floorboards groaned under my feet, and I had to feel my way along the wall because there was no light except for the faint glow from the windows. Dust covered everything, thick and grey, and I could see cobwebs dangling from the ceiling like ghostly curtains. I moved slowly, my pulse racing, trying to listen for any sounds, but it was dead silent, except for the wind whistling through cracks in the walls. I don't know how long I wandered around, but I ended up in what must have been a dining room. There was a long table covered in a yellowed cloth, and chairs pushed back like people had just left. That's when I noticed a draft coming from a corner of the room, a cold breeze that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I followed it to a heavy rug that was pulled aside, and underneath there was a trap door. It was old and wooden, with a rusted iron ring for a handle. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely grip it, but I managed to pull it open. A set of stone steps led down into darkness. The air that wafted up was freezing, and it carried that same sweet, rotten smell, but stronger now, mixed with something metallic, like blood. I took out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The light was weak, but it was enough to see the steps descending into what looked like a cellar. I started down, each step feeling like I was walking into a nightmare. The cellar was bigger than I expected, with a low ceiling that made me hunch over. The walls were made of rough stone, slick with moisture, and the floor was packed dirt. And then I saw it. In the center of the room, there was this stone altar, about waist high, with strange symbols carved into it. Runes, I guess, though I don't know what they meant. They were etched deep into the stone, and they seemed to pulse in the dim light. Around the altar, there were jars lined up on shelves, filled with this black, oily liquid that moved sluggishly when my light hit it. It looked alive almost, and I could have sworn I saw something shift inside one of the jars, but what made my blood run cold was what I saw next. In the shadows behind the altar, there were figures standing perfectly still. At first I thought they were statues, but then one of them moved, just a slight shift, like a puppet being adjusted. I aimed my light at them, and that's when I saw their faces. Daniel and Emily, or what used to be them. They looked wrong. Their skin was pale, almost grey, and their eyes were misty, like they were filled with fog. No pupils, just this milky white haze, and they were smiling, this wide, unnatural grin that stretched their faces too far, like someone had drawn it on with a knife. They didn't blink, didn't breathe, just stood there with those fixed smiles. And the cold. Oh God, the cold was intense. It wasn't just the damp chill of the cellar. It was a deep, penetrating cold that seeped into my bones. I could feel it draining the warmth from my body, like I was standing in front of an open freezer, but worse. My teeth started chattering, and my fingers went numb. I tried to back away, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. They started moving toward me, not walking like normal people, but gliding almost, their feet not making a sound on the dirt floor, silent, completely silent. The only noise was the frantic beating of my heart and the rasp of my own breath. I wanted to scream, but nothing came out. My throat was tight with terror. They came closer, and I could see details I wish I hadn't. Daniel's freckles were still there, but they looked like dark spots on wax. Emily's red hair was matted and dirty, and her pigtails were undone, hanging limp around her shoulders. Their clothes were the same ones they'd been wearing when they disappeared, Daniel in his blue t-shirt, Emily in a flower print dress. But now they were stained and torn, and that cold. It was getting stronger, like an invisible force pushing against me. I felt dizzy, my vision starting to blur at the edges. Then one of them, Emily, reached out. Her hand was small, just like a child's, but the fingers were icy, so cold it felt like burning when she touched my arm. It was just a brush, her fingertips grazing my skin, but it sent a shock through my whole body, a jolt of pure, mind-numbing cold that spread up my arm and into my chest. I remember my legs giving way, and everything went black. No sound, no light, just this overwhelming cold and darkness. I don't know how long I was out, but I woke up at dawn, lying on the edge of the cliff near the manor. The sun was just starting to rise, casting a weak, orange light over the ocean. I was shivering, my clothes damp with dew, and my arm where Emily had touched me was numb and tingling, like I'd slept on it wrong. I scrambled to my feet, my head spinning, and looked back at the manor. It was empty, the door was shut, and there was no sign of anyone. No sounds, no movement, just that dead, silent house. I stumbled back down to town, my mind reeling. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Who would believe me? But since that day, I've seen them sometimes at dusk, just glimpses out of the corner of my eye. Daniel and Emily, or whatever they've become, standing in the fog near the cliffs with those misty eyes and unnatural smiles. They never come closer, but I feel that same cold wash over me every time, and I know it's not over. The horror is still there, waiting. And that's it. That's what happened. I still don't understand any of it, and I probably never will. But if you're ever in a seaside town with a manor on the cliffs, just stay away, please.